what's up, babies? Fire Boys, my channel. We're gonna do some writing. My camera is looking a little off-center to me right now. Not surprising. I had to adjust my... Wrong way. I had to adjust my... That looks better. There, great. I had to adjust my desk around a little bit because it's like right by the intake for my my AC unit in my apartment. Oh yeah, I'm living the high life. I have in-unit air conditioning. Paid top dollar for that crap. that's the life of luxury I'm living. But at any rate, they had to replace the filter, so I had to move my desk out the way. So I have to, yeah. See, it still looks a little off center to me. Hold on a second. Hold up. It's not unacceptable. There we go. Okay, even better. And watch, and now I'll move, and it'll be all off center again. I don't know, I feel like I'm a little zoomed out too. Hold on, we're just gonna sit here and fuss with this for just a hot second. How does that look? That looks a bit more like what I'm aiming for here, but now I look like I'm a little too, like, high up. Hold on, we'll figure this out. We're gonna get this. Wrong way. If we do that, and then maybe even zoom in just a little bit more. We can zoom in a lot more. Ah! Hold on, maybe this can like really help us center it. We like fine tune it right here. Look at that. Look at that heavy Neanderthal brow we got going on there. Hold on. Like, check it though. We can use that as our way to. That's a little fur away there. There we go. But see, now it looks. There we go. Okay, that looks pretty good. Why not? It'll do. It will suffice. You know, it's not just good, it's good enough, right? And if that's not the benchmark we're aiming for in life, then frankly, I don't really know what we're living for. I aim to be good enough in all situations. You don't want to go too far beyond that, because if you go above good enough, people will start expecting more than just good enough from you. And then you've got people's expectations to live up to, and God, who wants that struggle? Good enough or just okay? Those are actually that just okay is perfection. That's my hot take for the day. So, you know, get on board or get off the train I'm driving. That's what I say. Oh lordy. It's a pretty day around here though. Pretty day. It's one of them days where it's hard to be too down or disappointed by things in life, considering how bright, sunshiny, and happy the weather is out there. We're finally starting to get some weather that looks like it might actually kind of be like spring, and it might actually be a version of spring that's going to stick around for a hot second. So, you know, I'm just sitting here like, oh boy, here we go. We might actually get some sun. I might have to wear my sunglasses to and from the gym tonight, right? Like, I got kickboxing tonight, planning on getting back into that. And yeah, my lord, if I could be driving home and need sunglasses on, oh, that's heavenly right there. Because not only does that mean we're getting more hours of daylight, it means we're actually getting sun during that daylight. And oh man, if that's not an improvement, then I don't know what is. I just don't know what is. So it's good stuff. It's good stuff, and I'm pretty stoked about it. So we're gonna do some writing today. What we're gonna do. Trying to keep experimenting with this whole like just do writing all day on Mondays and Thursdays, and the gaming all day Tuesdays and Fridays. I'm gonna stick with that. I've been liking it so far. I've been enjoying it. I feel like I'm less obsessed with the time and more focused on just going, right? Just streaming and just, you know, enjoying the process and enjoying what's there, rather than sitting there worrying about time, whether or not, you know, I'm going too long on one thing or too short on another thing. It's just, yeah, you just keep going until I'm out of time for the day. And it's been kind of nice. I've been liking it. So I think I'm gonna keep going with it. We're at least gonna try it for the rest of this week, and if it seems good, we're gonna keep going with it until next week. So let's go ahead and actually do some writing today. That's what we want to do. Let me bring us over here. Whoosh. There we are. So I'm gonna do. I liked last time. I liked it on Monday where we kind of opened up with a little bit of just this like kind of get your creative juices flowing project where we just work on doing some of the rune imbibement type things. You know, starting out with that and then letting that be our warm up as we then get into working on our campaign. You know, that we got time to actually do all these things. It's nice. Like we could sit here and work on this for an hour and still have more time than a full stream of working on the campaign, which is nice. I like doing that. So I think that's how I want to keep doing this. It's been fun. I've been liking it. So we've been working on our abjuration stuff, and I kind of want to just keep going with abjuration. Honestly, like I kind of like just going through alphabetically, just checking them off the list. Nice. I like doing it that way. So we'll start with abjuration. And I think, let me filter and check, but I think warding bond was, yeah, that was the last one that we did, and that's the last second level. So let's move on to third levels here. Let's go ahead and do that. Keep going up there. It's like, it's kind of fun to go by school of spells too, because then we can like kind of get to the more and more powerful stuff, and just like, I don't know, there's something fun about imagining putting like a really high level spell as an enchantment on an item just because of the power that you'll be adding to your stuff. Like, ooh, it's fun stuff. My players recently, just this last session, just kind of by pure happenstance, they actually took stock of all of the different runes and enchantment type stuff that they've found, and realized that they have a whole bunch of stuff that they have not been using. And so now they're all like really excited to start trying to use that and imbue their items. And I'm sitting here like, yes, let the items gain extra powers and become even more insane and chaotic than they were beforehand. Yes, this is good. This is very good. So that's what I want. That's yeah, I don't know. That's just one of the reasons why I love this project. I love working on this project. So, okay, so we're going to start with Beacon of Hope. But let's, we need to set up our page for it. Just copy this page here. We can do that. So it's not going to be a School of Magic. We'll delete some of this stuff because we don't need the full stuff there. Level 3, imbibements. Go. And we can really just get rid of everything except for our main thing there. Although, wait, hold on a second. I don't know, like, part of me kind of likes having that thing right there, but we don't use it. Realistically, I don't use it, don't need it, so I'm not gonna worry about it today. Let me just zoom us in just a little bit, make it a bit easier for everyone to read there. Kind of notice that it's a little far away, especially when we, you know, collapse our menu and we can see it there without my beautiful, lovely visage getting in the way. Although, granted, I mean, who wouldn't love just an image of me, just like front and center? So the whole screen is just me. You don't even see what I'm working on. It's just me talking about it. Now that right there, that would be the pinnacle, high quality entertainment. The only reason I don't do it is because I don't want to intimidate people who come across my stream and think like, oh my gosh, this guy's clearly the champion. I don't want people to be intimidated. I want to be approachable. So that's the reason why. It's such a stupid comment. I don't even know where that's coming from. All right, let's see. I want to copy and just paste this so we have a blank copy of what we're working on there, ready to go when we need it. But yeah, there we go. That's really all we need to do. So let's go ahead and do some stuff. We're gonna do Beacon of Hope. Love it. I love it. Beacon of Hope. Bacon of Hoppy. Okay, Beacon of Hope. You know, there's one thing that I kind of want to do. So I kind of actually want to change my template for this a little bit, just because I've been using it differently than what the original template, and there's no reason for me to just leave it as is when I'm not using it. So I'm gonna actually go ahead and do this really quickly, just because I'm thinking about it. Sample item. So I kind of switched it up, and I've been using this as an example item. describe the item, how common it is, and where the item originates from. We've kind of been doing that, and so I want to change this. We'll say type of item it can enchant. I am going to put in parentheses baseline, always open to change based on player ideas. That's an important part there. I don't even know that we really need to put that as a thing, because I'll probably always delete that, but I think it's just an important thing to always remember about these, where it's like, you know, like I'm coming up with an idea, but if my players want to get creative and like sort of take the angle of they're studying the magic and, you know, doing their own interpretation and their own version of the magic, I am 100% on board with that. I think that is an excellent and amazing way for players to get involved in a project of this scale and size and nature. So I absolutely do not want to hinder that or get in the way of that. So I just want to put that there to remind myself. And then what I want to do is I want to change this. We're just going to say 1 bullet for each spell paragraph edited as needed. That's kind of the approach that I've been doing. And what I want to do is kind of want to change these, because I'm just really not following that format. I've kind of found a different way that works that's a bit more on point. I think what I want to do is I want to add something that I haven't been doing, and I don't know that I'm going to bother going back to everything and re-editing it. It's just like that's something that I'll make the changes as it comes up in my games and I need to. But moving forward, I want to do mechanics, and we'll do duration, how it's cast, etc. And that's where I want to start being a bit more attentive to all of these things up here. Not necessarily every single one of them, but like just putting little bits, like putting those things just so that they're all in one place. I mean, we can always refer back to the spell, but I want it to just kind of all be in one space. So I feel like that'll work. And then I'm going to also just do any additional notes. We'll just do any additional notes like that. And then I'm going to actually just take this away, because I used to, when I first started the project, I had this idea that any enchantment can go on any item, but that just doesn't really make sense. You know, at least not as a baseline. And again, if players want to get creative and find different ways to do it, then they can. But it's just like, you know, there are some things that just don't really belong on certain types of items, right? A damaging thing just doesn't really belong on a breastplate. You know, that's just not how it works. Unless players want to get creative and have it be a reactive, defensive type thing, we can. But I think as a baseline, spells tend to be more, you know, defensive, attack, or buff. And based on what types, like what brand of spell it's going to be, based on that kind of stuff, will sort of influence, you know, that'll sort of influence what items it can go on naturally. So I think I just kind of want to do that. And so and the other thing that I want to do is I want to just get rid of this bullet, and I want to graduate these, everything here to just one higher level, just because I don't think it really needs its own separate thing. You know, like I just think that formatting wise, this works just fine. I kind of want to start doing it this way. And then I think this is all good. Yeah, I think that's good. So I'm going to copy and paste this here and just replace and start using this. This is just more accurate to the way that I've been doing everything. So I want to, you know, I just kind of want to start doing that and having it be a more useful, like that's the point of a template, is it's supposed to be useful and reflect the way I want things to go. And because I'm not actually using the template the way I normally use, the way I had originally designed it, it's not serving its purpose. So it's, you know, that's how you know it's time to change things up a little bit. So that's what we're doing, you know, super duper. Yeah, I think that's what we need to do. So example item, we'll do that after we've kind of formatted how the thing's going to work. Type item it can chant. So this is all going to be based on what the spell is as written. So let's take a look at it here. Beacon of Hope, 3rd level. Casting time is in action. It has a range of 30 feet. Opponents, abjuration, attack, save, none, damage and effect. So it's a, yeah, see like here, damage effect, this is a buff, right? So it's like we can kind of have an idea of how it's going to work. The spell bestows hope and vitality. Choose any number of creatures within range. For the duration, each target has advantage on wisdom saving throws and death saving throws and regains the maximum number of hit points possible from any healing. Okay, so I already have a strong idea of how I want to structure this one. So let's just go ahead and do our copy here. Copy that. Come over here. And then let's go ahead and first put our mechanics down. Boom, there we go. Let's get rid of that. Only got 1 bullet point, so we can just do that. Let's see here. So what I want to say is this imbibement here. Imbibement. Just my keyboard here. It's a little... There we go. That's better. It's important to have your keyboard ergonomics be comfortable, especially when you're about to sit here and type and write things for 4 hours. And actually, genuinely, that kind of does make a difference. So it's like, you know, just pro tip. Pro tip for anyone wondering. It's a good idea to actually have that stuff hammered out. All right, so this imbibement bestows hope and imbibement. I want to say creates an aura of hope and vitality. Because what my thought is here is the item, because it's got a range of 30 feet. What I want to do is, like, the item that it's imbued on will kind of create this aura, right? That's there. And will last certain thing there. And so what I want to do is, I want to change this to impacts any number of creatures within range. For the duration, each target has advantage on wisdom saving throws and death saving throws and regains the maximum number of hit points possible from any healing. And so the idea is that this just kind of creates an aura, and so as long as the person using the item, like, they can either place that item on the ground and, like, it has the aura that's there that people can step into, or it can carry, that creature can carry and try and keep themselves centered, right? So they just turn themselves into, you know, the beacon of hope, essentially. But it's the item that's doing it. That's the idea. But my thought is that also that will impact any creature, so it will impact enemies. So, you know, you got to think about how exactly you want to use that item, right? So it's like, rather than choosing creatures, that's just how it works. So, and I think it's as simple as that. Let me see here. Let's check our mechanics here. 3rd level, we don't care about casting time. So what I'll do here is, so yeah, so for how it's cast, actually, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna change. I'm gonna edit my template one more time. I'm gonna just like have a, oops, here we go. I'm gonna have a baseline for these. I'm gonna say how it's cast. I'm gonna put it like in order of going along the list, so that way it's just easy to look and see everything. We'll say how it's cast. Oops, no, undo. Not mean to highlight there. Range. Components, I don't care. Duration, yes, duration we want to do. Range, duration, I want that to be represented if applicable. And if it's not applicable, we can just delete it, right? School, abjuration, doesn't matter. Attack, save. Yeah, we'll say, I'm going to just say, yeah, I'm going to actually just do attack and save, and then we'll do damage and effect. We'll do it that way. I think that's how I want to do it. We'll just go ahead and have both of those be represented. So attack, save, and then damage / buff. Boom, there we go. Hey, Gabby, how's it going? I'm doing well. Thank you for asking. Glad to see you here. So there we go. That's a bit more on point for how I want the template to look now. So copy that. Let's just paste that a little bit right there, and then we'll also do it down here. Perfect. There we go. Okay, that's a better template. That's going to be a much more useful template for this project, I think. Yeah, I think it's a much better template now. So mechanics, how it's cast. So we'll have this one say it's instantaneous, and so we'll say action word, or like, yeah, I guess the command word, I guess, is what I usually like to say for it. Command word is spoken by wielder. I'm gonna say, actually, we'll say, hold on a second. I think the way I want to do this, just copy that so that way we can, how it's cast, boom, boom. Range, creates, is it 30-foot radius that it says? Radius is huge, but it could be, I mean, it tends to do that. Yeah, 30, range area. So if it's a range, it's 30 foot. So I guess I would say that's a 30-foot radius if we're going to translate it to a bubble. Creates 30-foot radius zone of effect. Nice big zone of effect there. Duration is 1 minute. 1 minutes. Like the attack save, that's NA, and then damage and buff is NA. So those we can just get rid of. There we go. Perfect. That's a way more functional format. I'm actually really glad I took the time to do this because that already makes so much more sense. And now for any additional notes, this is where I want to go ahead and put down something as an embodiment. This spell impacts all within the created area, friend and foe alike. So that's something to kind of, for a player to keep in mind and to juggle, because we're making it so it's like, rather than them just like choosing character and then those specific targets are impacted by it, and instead this thing kind of creates an aura around it. Like, that's a bit more powerful because people can kind of come and go as they need to get the buffs, or as they want to get the buffs. But and so that kind of makes it a bit more powerful. So for that 1 minute, so basically for what does that end up being? That's 10 rounds, right? Because each round is 60 or 6 seconds in a minute 60. So for 10 rounds, people can come and go and get the buffs as they want and need. So like that's a bit more powerful than just choosing 1 or 2 individuals. And so because there's that bit more impact, the flip side is that enemies can utilize it too. So it's like people got to think about like, okay, how do I want to juggle this? How do I want to handle this? So we can do it that way. And I think that's good. So I think for the example item, my first thought here for this is to just kind of set up, like have the item be basically, they call it a beacon stone is what I'm thinking. So beacon stone. And we'll just say a special stone created to serve as the origin point of the imbuement. Right? So it's like it's a stone that you speak the power word and you can place on the ground, and it kind of creates that aura for friends and foes alike to be there. One thing I want to do here, what's on embodiment? So for a level 3, call this like so for a level 3 spell, which is what we're working on right now. I kind of call these vanity equipment. These items are unique enough that to a small town, having one would be a very notable point of fame. Think about a small town where that one guy who made it to the minor leagues comes back from time to time in a Corvette. Not remarkable among the rich and the famous, but a status symbol among the rabble, right? So it's like, like I say, it's like that one guy from a poor town who manages to afford, a low tier sports car, and like, so it's like they return to town and it's amazing. But if they're driving around LA, people are going to be like, that guy's just an average dude. Like, there's nothing special about them. It's like that kind of situation. So can be found on the shelves of specialty stores. No special name. Might be produced in bulk, but the batch would be split and shipped off to, or wait, no, that was level 2, excuse me. Level 3. Can be ordered from a specialty store or may be found on the shelves in a big city. Who would know what suppliers to contact to find it. No special names, but definitely something that would only be made and sent where the demand is. So it's like something, so this isn't an item that would be on the shelves. This would be an item that someone might have custom ordered. And so my thought for this type of thing, my thought for this type of item here is if we go to, oops, not Atlas, we're in Magic. If we go to it here, you could say, often special ordered by field medics for various guard and army cores. Wowie, I'm having a bit of a trouble typing today. Hold on, okay. One note, you're kind of being a bit of a butthole right now. Let's zero it in. Army Corps for used to quickly heal up wounded and dying soldiers, often placed in areas once the heavy fighting moves on, so that the healers can save the wounded, the sounded. That's got some bad implications. I apologize for that one. Save the wounded who have been left behind. Boom, there we go. Yeah, I think that's good. I think that's a good item. I think that's an interesting one. You know, it's like, you know, because I can imagine, like, you know, a big army for a wealthy king, you know, might give all of their field medics one or two of these to keep in their pockets, so they can go and find, like, damaged, like, areas where there's lots of wounded, and just chuck one down, create an aura, drag the wounded within that aura, patch them up as best they can within a minute, right? And then once, like, they got that region, run over to the next one, chuck one down, and just kind of keep doing that, and, like, use that as an ability to patch people up quickly and save lives. So that's kind of what my thought is there. And so I think that kind of handles it. So now we can do our sentience. So now if it's good, so now remember the way I always try to do it. If it's a sentient item that has a good attitude, it's like it will try to do something extra for the person using it. And if it's evil, it will try to do something against the enemies of the one using it, right? Because it's sentient, it's smart enough to be able to pick out friend and foe. So this one I think will be easy because we have it as a baseline setup, so that there's that it will, as a baseline, impact equally friends and foes. What we can do for this one is good. Knows how to differentiate between friend and foe. Will not offer advantage on saving throws for enemies, though remaining effects are the same. And what we'll do is we'll say basically it only helps enemies if the caster chooses to help them, right? Because it will, you know, for this one, each target has advantage on wisdom saving throws and death saving throws, and regains maximum number of hit points possible from any healing, right? So because we have this one in effect, it's like the good item will still do that. So if the person throwing it down is trying to heal them, it'll still be there to be like, okay, so we're electing to help these guys. But if it's an enemy that's dying, the good item will be like, no, my focus is on allies, right? So we'll give you an extra. Although I guess that's more of an evil thing, right? Because that does something against the enemies. So I guess that's more of an evil, now that I'm thinking about it. I'm going to go ahead and put that down here. I'm going to put that down here, and I actually want to change this, now that I think about it. So that's what it'll do, because it's like, it's choosing to do something against enemies. So I think that makes more sense. So what I'm going to do here is, I got to try and think about something specific here. Some way to add extra saving throws and death saving throws, regains maximum number of hit points possible from any healing. because like my thought is like it would give some sort of extra advantage when healing is done to a friend, but it kind of already like maximizes that by giving advantage on wisdom saving throws and death saving throws. Regains the maximum number of hit points possible. Actually, here's what I want to do. Here's what I want to do. Creates an extra powerful aura of positivity. What I'm gonna do is enemies attacking friends of the caster have disadvantage on attacks while standing within the area of effect. So it's like preemptively trying to save people from being injured or damaged, right? Like that's the idea here. That's the idea. Yeah, I like that. I think that works. I think that works out just fine. And that's kind of more to the point, right? That properly differentiates between the good and the evil approaches as I like to try and do them. So I like that. So now lawful is always, it narrows and increases the potency of an effect, whereas chaotic, it always broadens but reduces the effect, right? So it's like lawful makes it so it's like if the standard is a flashlight, lawful turns it into a laser beam so that it's more targeted and more powerful for that ranged area, and chaotic turns it into a lantern where it's like it has a broader effect, but it's like it's less focused. So it lights up more area, but less intensely than a flashlight might of the specific area. It's sort of the idea behind it. So a lawful one for this, what my thought is, range is reduced. Range is reduced to, I think what I want to do, 15-foot radius. But all downed creatures within the range are automatically stabilized and do not need to make further death saving throws. So they're just like they're automatically stabilized, but it's much more narrow, right? So it's like that almost turns the item into something where it's like someone can very specifically, like whoever's using it would like hold that item and could very specifically walk over to those that are dying and like immediately save them and like have the opportunity to kind of walk towards targets, you know, and do a bit more powerful healing with it. Whereas chaotic, what I want to do is I think I want to do range is, I want to make this a 40-foot radius. Range is 40-foot radius, and targets still have advantage on saves, but healing is only worth half of total possible recovery. So it's like broader, it impacts a broader range of people, but it only half of total possible recovery. I'm gonna say unless rolled higher. So like it still gives, like it still guarantees at least half of the maximum healing. But you can still roll higher, but it doesn't automatically give the full healing. Is what my thought is, and I think that kind of gets it. And I have this anything else here, and I kind of want to start just like giving, like I almost want to just put in a note and have like what the default voice would be, and that's more so just for me as a DM to like if a player ends up with a sentient item, then I kind of know how to voice that item just for the sake of keeping it there. But I don't know if I want to do that. I don't know if I want to predetermine that now, because I feel like what's going to be fun and right for anyone who gets a sentient item like this is really going to depend on like their character and how to play off of that. So I guess I don't want to do that. Kind of an idea that was bouncing around up in that old brain noggin of mine, but I'm not gonna commit to that one right now. We're gonna leave that blank. So now if it's cursed, I love the idea of a cursed healing item. I really love the idea of that. So the extra powerful benefit, I think what I want to do here is Range is up to 60 feet, and all impact or all effects are the standard, right? So it's got just this double range. It's this huge aura of healing. But I want to do the problematic side effect when I want to do this one is the item draws energy from the user. And what we'll say is if the user is knocked unconscious while the item is active, they have disadvantage on death saves. Additionally, no, I think I'm just gonna leave it there. Because that's the type of thing that I think people would say like, oh, that seems like a pretty low risk, I'll just stay out the way. But then if something happens like during a boss battle and they're using that and they get hit by a particularly big area of effect type of thing or something like that, suddenly they're like in oh shit mode. So I actually think I'm gonna leave it just like that. We're gonna leave it just like that. And so what it takes to remove must be removed magically if the player tries to abandon the item. They are, we'll say, the item draws energy. We'll say drains energy from them, and they are immediately rendered unconscious and must make death saving throws or be stabilized. So basically, like, it'll just try and kill you. Like, it's gonna be like, no, like, we're bonded together, you can't get rid of me. And that's like the curse of the item, right? And that's what makes it cursed. And like I say, it's like, it's the type of thing where it's like, I can see someone recognizing that this is a cursed item, but still being willing to take that gamble, right? And that's always the goal for me with cursed items. I want cursed items to be something that a player might be willing to make whatever the sacrifice is for the benefits. That's always my goal with a cursed item, because I just think that is a much more compelling approach to these types of things. So I like this. I think this is a good one. I'm really happy with this. Okay, I need to run to the bathroom really quickly. When I come back, I want to do one more of these, and then we'll dive into our campaign project. But I'm continuing my life project of just trying to be better hydrated, so I have to go to the bathroom more often. So I'm going to go take care of that right now. I'll be right back, and then we will continue. I'll probably, while I'm up, also refill my beverage. So just give me like a minute and a half, and I'll be right back. Thank you for your patience. All right. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for your patience. All right. Ooh, Kenny, what do you got for me? The ward also makes much more sense for use if you take a penalty for larger bonus to keep the cost down. Yeah. Like that's generally the idea that I like to do. You know, it's like there's risk involved with these cursed items, but you know, it might be worth it. It's up to you. You know, and I like the fact that this one is kind of like, as a baseline, as an everyday use thing, like they won't even necessarily feel any sort of impacts for it. But then, you know, that one time when something happens and they suddenly do feel the impacts of it, they're like, oh. So I kind of like that. Yeah, I think that's good. I think that's a really good one. I'm excited about it. I can always tell that I've come up with one that's pretty solid. Like for me, the benchmark for knowing that something that I've just put down, you know, for these imbibement ideas, like my benchmark for if it's good or not is if I'm really excited and want to find a way to hurry up and incorporate it in what my in the game that I'm running for my players. Also make all creatures that stabilize the area begin bleeding to death again. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I think that last little sentence there is the reason why I don't, because I actually thought about that when I was writing that. I kind of thought to myself, I was like, maybe it like draws energy from everyone in the area. But I thought about that. I'm like, the hard part with that one is that could really lead to a situation where there's just a TPK out of nowhere, you know. And so I think that's the only thing that stops me from that, because I try to not be too afraid of letting things get harsh and dangerous and deadly for my players, but I don't like to necessarily suddenly put them in a situation where suddenly, like, you guys all have one roll or else you're all dead when everything was like fine until then. I try to avoid that just because that's a little too anticlimactic for a campaign. But I mean, that's my personal taste. And like the flip side of it is, if your players really like, you know, a Dark Souls-esque, you know, brutality campaign, then hey, you know, there you go. That's the way to do it. If the healer wants to run, that's true. That's true. If the healer's like, peace, then it's like, well, might as well let it happen. That's a good point. That's like the beauty of D&D in general, though. There are so many different things that could pan out. It's impossible to plan for all of them. So you just kind of make these general principles and then just wing it. Just wing it as you're going. And that's why I love this game so damn much. So let's do one more. Keep these creative juices flowing before we start working on our campaign a little bit. So, counterspell. This is going to be a good one. This is going to be a really good one here. So counterspell. This will be a really fun one to try and come up with. A good, like, imbibement, like a counterspell piece of armor or something like that. Because I feel like for this one... Oh, wait, hold on. Type of item it can enchant. I do need to change this one and say baseline placed on items. We'll say on any item that can be held or placed. That one, I forgot to do that a little bit there. Is the idea, but it's the thing is always, again, I do it as baseline, because if I give this rune to a player and the player's like, but what if I did this with it? Like, my response is, as long as it's not game breaking, hell yeah. Oh, hell yeah. Do whatever you want, man. That's the whole point of this, is to make your custom items and make them amazing. that second sentence right there. When have people ever been logical? Never. Never. Players are insane, irrational hobos. Like, insane, irrational murder hobos. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Yeah, like, groups always kind of... There's like this weird effect where groups will simultaneously become more insane while also kind of leveling off as they kind of build their synergy. But yeah, no, it's even like a really synergistic, well planning ahead group will sometimes just be all like, I'm just going to run into this situation where there's 15 enemies all standing around, and I'm going to just like run into the middle of them and try and hit one of them with my sword. It's like, all right, if that's what you gotta do, then okay. And then they get like all mad when half of them have good initiative rolls and they're like, oh no, I'm so screwed. It's like, what? But yeah, like law of odds says so. Think before you act. See, I like to be kind of more think before you act, but and I get to kind of be that way as the DM. I find just because like the whole point of being a DM that writes homebrew campaigns is like I'm doing all of the planning. So I tend to be that way. But as a player, I am 100% always just I just go with the flow because I spend so much time being planning and goal oriented with my games as the DM that when the chance comes for me to be a player, I don't want to think about anything at all. I want to be able to just be a guy who has a sword and runs in and hits things. That's all I do. That's like every player that I play. I've got 2 player characters that I play sometimes. One of them is for a Pathfinder game. That group's on a bit of a hiatus for the time being because all of our lives were super busy. But like that one, I'm just like a sword wielding elf who just runs in literally every time. It's like, yep, I'm going to use my sword 3 times. And then in the other game, for a friend that occasionally will DM when he has enough stuff written up or when I need a break from DMing from our usual group, where I'm the DM. And that character, I'm a barbarian that just hits things with his hammer. And that's it. That's all I like to do. That's my favorite thing as a player because I just need to not think about things. When I finally get to be the player, I'm like, it's my turn to be the murder hobo. That's what I do. That's what I do. They're finding anything in the strength to do something drastically different. Oh yeah, absolutely. Like if it's and it can kind of go crazy either way too. They might go in there with a plan and then just bad rolls ruin everything, and that's when everything's crazy. But then they'll go in there with no plan and good rolls will take care of them. It's so funny. I love this game. See, it would be a high soak tank. Yeah, exactly. That's what I like to do. I spend so much time having to be like serious and planning and like logical and like manipulative as like playing every villain in the game as the DM that like, yeah, when I'm the player, I don't want to think. I want to hit things and have fun with that. And that's it. That's all I like to do. It's a beautiful change of pace for me when I get to do that. I'm a big fan of it. Okay, so counterspell here. Let's see here. Attempt to interrupt a creature in the process. You know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to go ahead and copy this to do the bullet points and we'll start our editing. That's the easiest way for me to go about this, I find. So we'll copy that. Boom. Paste that there. Get rid of that stuff there. Because I'm a butthole who doesn't cite his sources for his... I mean, it's my own notes. It's not like I'm publishing this right now. You attempt to interrupt a creature in the process of casting a spell. The creature is casting a spell of 3rd level or lower. Its spell fails and has no effect. Casting a spell 4th level or higher, make an ability check using your spellcasting ability. DC equals 10 plus the spell's level. On a success, the creature's spell fails and has no effect. Higher levels, when you cast this spell using a spell slot of 4th level or higher, the interrupted spell has no effect if its level is less than or equal to the level of the spell slot used. Okay, great. My first thought about this, as far as type of item that it can enchant, I want to do this as baseline on. Baseline is items that can be thrown at target. So like my idea is that like my idea. So for the example item is I want to just make the the sample item for this one be counterspell dart. Like it's a dart that you can throw, and like there's like the dart is imbued with enough magical ability that like if you throw that dart and hit the enemy, you know, then it'll cancel whatever spell they're doing there. Is my thought, and we'll get the description in a little bit, but that's the idea that I have. That's my initial idea right there. So I want to say, you know, attempt to interrupt a creature in the process of casting a spell by touching or hitting them with the imbued item. So it's like it could be just like a sword or something that like also hits the enemy. Eastern mythology, Thor Talisman, Zombie's Head. Yeah. That's kind of the idea that I'm coming with. Yeah, no, that's 100% the kind of mindset that I'm coming at this from. So yeah, you attempt to interrupt a creature in the process of casting a spell by touching or hitting them with the imbued item. Exactly. So I will say items that can hit or be thrown at the target. That can hit or be thrown at target. Perfect. If the creature is casting a spell of 3rd level or lower, its spell fails and has no effect. If it is casting a spell of 4th level or higher, make an ability check using your spell casting ability. So for this one, we got to change it because we're using an item. So I kind of want to do... I think what I want to do for this one is make an ability check using your... Instead of this, we'll say using your dexterity ability, because it's like you're throwing or you're hitting it with it, right? Dexterity ability. The DC equals 10 plus the spell's level. So it's just like, if it's a really powerful one, you got to get a really good throw in there. So like my thought is that like the item will automatically, like you're just kind of chucking an item. It doesn't have to necessarily be for damage. So it's like, it's easy enough for someone to just like throw a baseball and hit someone with it, right? As long as you kind of know how to throw, which I think anyone who's entering combat probably has enough physical prowess to throw an item and generally hit their target with it. So I'm granting that one just as a baseline. But then if it's a really powerful spell, you have to get the dexterity check, because at that point in time, you're trying to like hit them well with it, right? Because you really need to make sure that you get a solid hit so that the counter spell magic of the item does what it needs to do. DC equals 10 plus the spell's level. On a success, the creature's spell fails and has no effect. Perfect. At higher levels, when you cast this spell using a spell slot of... So at this one, so I need to change this a little bit. So it's not casting a spell, we're imbuing it. So when you imbue an item with this spell using a spell slot of 4th level or higher, the interrupted spell has no effect. Its level is less than or equal to the level of the we'll just say imbue there. Human or imbibement, either one's kind of the same. It would make you think so, almost, unless you want to up in proficiency thrown at most. Yeah. Like there's a couple different ways to handle it because I'm throwing, but because it's going to be just like a once per day use type of thing. Like all of these enchantments, the baseline is once per day. So because of that, I kind of don't want someone to have this item that's supposed to be a really good item and have it just like fail because they have shit dexterity, right? Like that's kind of lame. So I think that's how I'm going to put it there. Because the other thing about it too is it is a magical item. You can, in theory, give it a little bit of heat-seeking ability, you know what I mean? Where it's like you throw the magic item and it's kind of drawn to where the gathering source of power is. And so, you know, you can kind of do that. Yeah, exactly. Like there's efficiency for the tabletop, you know, the flow of gameplay that you want to keep in mind. So, yeah. Yeah, I think you've got the right of it. Just for the sake of simplicity, it's kind of where I'm coming from with it. So I think that's good. I think that's good how it is right there. So now let's just handle our mechanics. And that actually makes me think here. I need to do, for this one, first off, why did I capitalize each word like this? The title, it's weird. Command word is, it's really weird that I did that. I don't know why I did that. By wielder, once per day. I need to just make sure I'm adding that once per day, because that's kind of an important thing to keep in mind. So we'll say the casting is one reaction. So we'll say how it's cast. We'll say as reaction, item is thrown / swung, as command word is spoken once per day. I always do that command word just because I don't want there to be any confusion of like, you know, oh well, I'm you know going to imbue my sword that I use as a baseline with it, and I can just as a reaction use my sword as like a counterspell sword. It's like, okay, well, does that like automatically have effect the first time you use that sword per day? That'd be lame, right? And that'd be a waste. So it's like I do that just to clarify. Because the other thing about this too is am I being pretty generous for players with this? Absolutely. But one, I can always just make things more difficult if things are too easy for my players. Right? It's really easy for me as a DM writing homebrew stuff to up the ante on a battle if we do that. And the other thing about it too is I want my players to feel powerful. I want them to feel like heroes. They are the heroes of the story. Those are the types of games I write. You know, some people might like a game that has more adversity, and that's fine. Nothing wrong with it. But the way I write my games, I want my players to feel like badass heroes, always. Like when they're putting these imbibements, these runes on their items, the point is to be able for them to slowly build up and make their own legendary item, as opposed to trying to find or purchase them. Right? It's just more fun if there's that personal touch of them, like finding a rune that they're like, oh, this is really cool. My character would love this. And then their character puts that specific thing on their stuff rather than just like randomly finding +2 bow of arrowing or whatever, right? Like, give them the ability to be powerful. Like that's I don't know. That's how I like writing my games. My players are heroes of high fantasy. Like, you know, golly, that's the whole point of it. Anything's correct. Oh yeah. Wording things can be really, really important, particularly if you're playing with a group of like not your best friends. So the group that I DM for are my good friends, and I like to, you know, like I run my games for my friends, and so they're very agreeable. It's very easy, it's very easy for us to get along, and and for me to just kind of make a call, and they're like, yep, nope, that sounds fair, and it's fine. But wording things clearly is really important for if you're, like you're saying, if you're going to, hand something out for other people to use, you want to word things clearly for them so that they understand what it is you're going for. And the other thing is, if you end up DMing for a bunch of randos online or something like that, oh boy, you better be ready to have some clear stuff there. Otherwise, heaven forbid you fall in with someone who's a real rules lawyer who's gonna like really crack down on the way things are or aren't worded. And there's nothing necessarily wrong with that. It's just, if you want a game to run smoothly, the more clear you can be up front, the better. It's fine. You're never going to be able to avoid having to make judgment calls altogether. But if you can minimize that, it's going to be a lot easier. But, yeah. Yeah, no, I think you've got the right of it. I mean, the thing about D&D is it can be as low or high fantasy as you want it to be. It's a rule system. It's a rule system that encourages you to change it. So you can do whatever you want. And for me, I like my games to have really powerful players because that's what's fun. That's what makes them feel like badasses, is if they can like run in there and just like, completely demolish your average run-of-the-mill gnoll. Like that's what makes it fun for players, especially as they level up. So, but that's just my personal approach to things. So, but yeah. But see, I like large groups because I live for the chaos in battle. I love when things are absolutely chaotic. I think it's hilarious. I think it's hilarious when things are chaotic and no one knows what the hell is going on. It's great fun. But then again, I play with friends, and they are good-natured and good sports about everything. So maybe that would be different if I was with a different large group. But I don't know. That's just my take. Okay, so the range for this imbuement here, range is 60 feet. I guess, range, we'll say 60 feet. It's really however far you can convince me your character is capable of throwing things with reasonable accuracy. It's sort of my interpretation of it, but we'll just give 60 feet just so that there's a thing. Duration, instantaneous. The attack and save, it's kind of like the save is kind of in there. Damage and effect is negation, yeah. So we'll do, I guess they're saying the save. I kind of want to say see description, because there is kind of a save in there, right? Like we put it right here. Check make an ability check. I guess it's ability check, not an ability save, but I don't know. And damage buff when this is a what do they call it? How are they phrasing it? I guess it doesn't really matter. Calling it a negation. Let's do that for clarity. Negation. There we go. I'm just repeating what's already in the spell, but that just, puts it all in one place for my own review, for just my own convenience at a later date when I'm using this. That's good. Any additional notes? I think I might just kind of put in here. We'll just say, assumes players can hit with thrown. We'll say assume players can make contact with target on a simple throw or swing as a baseline. If looking for more realism, have user make an attack roll. So we'll just kind of put that little caveat there. So it's there if we want to, just like as a little note, as a reminder. It's like, hey, as a baseline, this is what we're doing. But if you want to change things up and make it more, you know, like I always say, if you want to make it more Dark Souls unforgiving, more Dark Souls punishing, then, you know, make them make an attack roll, and that's fine. Pretty simple modification to make for it. So no sense in not mentioning it. But now, the fun stuff. If the item becomes sentient in any way, shape, or form. So as always, good. If it's a good item, I like it to do something extra for friendly people, for, you know, the user or their friends. If it's evil, it will do something bad against the enemies of the user. If it's lawful, it will take it, like if we assume a spell is a flashlight, lawful will make it more of a laser, right? So it's a narrower beam, but more powerful. And then chaotic turns it into a lantern, where it's a wider range of effect, but not quite as potent. Sort of what I like to do. Yeah, absolutely. If things are, if players want a gritty, realistic thing, then you just like really tighten down on the rules and you know, and make things much less forgiving. I think that's right. You don't want to just like one hit KO everyone. That's not actually a challenge. It's just cheating. Yeah. All right. So if it's good, something more positive for the user, since it doesn't do an area of effect or anything like that. We'll say, let's do it this way. Has magic seeking capabilities. User can make any necessary rolls to hit or succeed with item at advantage. So it'll just kind of offer that extra little bit of bonus for the players. And now evil, what I kind of want to do, has sticking power. And what I mean by that is, we'll say if the target is hit and the spell is canceled, the effect of the item lingers and prevents casting another spell during the next during the target's next action. So it'll stick there and it'll be a little bit more powerful that way. I always like doing that for the evil because I don't want the evil thing to do something bad to the user. That's what a cursed item is. If an evil thing is, it's just a very mirthful, angry little item that loves to cause chaos and do damage to whatever target it hits. So it'll help its companion, but it'll be extra mean and horrible to whatever the target is. So I like those. I think those are good. Lawful. So this is kind of these types of ones where it's just like an instantaneous single target. It's hard to think about, and sometimes it'd be kind of hard to know how to like narrow the effect but make it more powerful. I'm wondering, yeah, like this is a hard one because it's not like we can have it like reduce the number of targets it hits. It aims at one target. Might have to get a little creative with it. Oh, you know what we could do? Rather than having the... We'll say, here's what we can do. Here's what we can do. If the... Okay, so I'm trying to think about mechanically, because what my thought is, what if we have the item, right, for the lawful? What if the item, like, you can kind of call your shot with it, right? And so you can say, like, say to the item, like, oh, I need you to block this type of magic, and you chuck that, like, you name the school of magic that you think the enemy is using, and if you're right, the item has advantage on on any saves if you need to, or disadvantage if you get it wrong. So it's like it's more narrower, but it's like more powerful if you get it right. The hard part about that one is mechanically that's a challenge, because I don't want to punish players if they're not as well versed in the schools of magic, which is fair because mechanically it kind of doesn't matter what school of magic. That's pretty much all just a lore thing. So in many games it doesn't matter, and if you're a new player you're not going to know that. So you can almost like do an arcana check, or you can have them call out the level of the spell that they think it is, because that kind of plays along with the imbuement of like at the higher levels or something like that. Kind of want to do something like that. I'm just trying to think about how it could be structured. I'm sorry, I apologize for bumping the mic. I'm very clumsy about that. I do that a lot. I mean, like, the real solution is to, you know, move my mic, but this is not going to happen anytime soon because I'm lazy, not because I'm incapable. I just don't want to. Effect of the item lingers and prevents casting of the spell. For that, for the evil. Yeah, the user makes an arcana check at 10 plus the target spell's level. Right, so it's like the DM will know what the spell level is. An arcana check at 10 plus, so they just make an arcana check. If the user exceeds because like that doesn't mechanically change anything about it. You know, it just kind of adds some flavor to it because they still have to like make a roll for it. There's got to be a way to figure this out. Seen the anime 7? I have not watched that one. I've heard about it, but I haven't watched it. Let's see here. There's got to be a way to figure this out. See, this is why I like this project though. Like it really kind of gets me to try and like think about stuff from like a different creative perspective. That kind of gets them creative juices flowing. Gotta be a way to do this. Because like if I were as a baseline being more strict about hitting the thing, then the lawful, like, you can make it so it's a bit more on target. That's not quite right what I want to do, because we already kind of have that with the magic seeking capabilities too. Let's see here. See, harder for chaotic creatures. Yeah, that's true. We could play a role in like what the alignment of the enemy is or something like that. We could bring that into effect. What if... Gotta be something... Let me read this again. There's gotta be something. You attempt to interrupt a creature in the process of casting a spell, switching or hitting them with the imbued item. Creature is casting a spell of 3rd level or lower. Spell fails and has no effect. Casting at 4th level or higher, make an ability check using your dexterity. Ability check using your dexterity, because the dexterity is throwing. It equals 10 plus the spell's level. Says the creature spell fails and has no effect. I'm wondering if... Like, I'm wondering if I can do something. Like, I do like... I kind of like the idea of having it, like, narrow in the effect of you know, like kind of bringing in that narrowed effect, by like bringing in School of Magic, or like trying to call your shot, like trying to figure out what spell the enemy is using. But like the trick is, again, to try and make it mechanically functional. Because if someone tries to use it, because like I'm not going to say, I don't like to sit there when I'm the DM. I don't say, oh, the enemy is using a spell. What spell is it? No, I say, okay, the enemy wants to use this spell on you. And so I can't just have it be player knowledge, because all they got to do is listen and then just repeat the spell. So it's not like you can do it that way. And so you can almost have them make an Arcana check or something like that. So it's like it's like that better simulates if the character, like that'll simulate if the character is knowledgeable enough about magic. You know, and so we could kind of do something like that. Spell will reflect the spell away and go in a direction to. I like that. I like that for the chaotic. So it's less powerful, so it doesn't full on dispel it, but it does reflect it off in a random direction. So it won't hit whoever the target is, but it might still hit someone else. I like that. I really like that idea. I'm gonna, in fact, before I forget about it, I'm gonna steal that from you. I appreciate the idea. That is a good idea. Yeah. We'll say spell isn't dispelled, but redirected. Roll 1d8 to determine random direction this spell is sent. I like that one. I like that one a lot. I like that one a lot. Wonder if maybe we could do lawful. It's like, it's meant to make it more potent and more powerful, so, but like a little less targeted. What if, or rather more targeted and like more powerful on that targeted area. And so I'm wondering, like, what if we do this one, maybe it's that it kind of does, it redirects it directly at the enemy, but at like half strength or something like that. You can almost do it something like that. Maybe that's the way to approach it. We'll say, actually, here's what we can say. Spell has the chance of being returned to sender rather than dispelled. Could do something like that. Although we could stun the caster for a turn. As mentioned, we kind of have that already. We have that in the evil one, where it's like it has a sticking power. The target is hit and the spell is canceled. The effect of the item lingers and prevents casting another spell during the target's next action. So we kind of have that one. So that's an excellent idea. But we've kind of already done that. I kind of like this. And I kind of just like the idea of it being a 50-50 thing. Roll, let's say roll any die on even the, we'll say, actually, I'm going to say on a success. On a success, the spell has a chance of being returned to sender rather than dispelled. Roll any die. On even, the spell is dispelled. Is dispelled. On odd, it is returned, and the caster must deal with the effects of the spell. There we go. So I like that one. So it's like it's much more. It's like it's a laser focused version of the chaotic, which to me is kind of what lawful is. Whereas chaotic is just like less powerful and it'll go everywhere. So there's the chance that you can actually return that to the sender or to an enemy. But I think what's fun about this one too is if you're surrounded by friends and you try to use it that way, you might hurt one of your friends. So it's like, you know, think carefully. But if you're surrounded by a bunch of enemies and one of them's casting a spell, then great, you can use that to great effect right there. So, you know, I think that's perfect. I think that adds some interesting strategy to it all. So I like that. I like that. And I don't think there's anything else that I want to add to this one. I think that's good as it is. So now we get to do the fun part of deciding what happens if this item is cursed. If it is a cursed counterspell dart. So I think what I want to do for the extra powerful benefit here is when a target is hit with the item, all spells from the target are impacted for 1 minute. Spell attacks are made at disadvantage. Spell attacks are made at disadvantage, and saves are at advantage for the duration. So it's extra powerful, but now we have to have a problematic side effect, right? So we have to find something that's like, could be a big problem, but is worth the gamble to a player. D6 radiant. Creature dies, you summon construct from Mechanus to the wielder. That's now that's some chaotic crap going on right there. Forces of law are channeled. Creature dies, you summon a construct from Mechanus. I like the idea there. I don't know that it fits with what I'm aiming for, but I like the idea. Let's see here. Right, yeah. Mechanus is the lawful plane. Yeah, I like the idea. But I feel like that's a different item in and of itself at that point. Let's see here. Target is hit with the item. Spells from the target are impacted for 1 minute. Spell attacks are made at disadvantage, and saves are at advantage for the duration. So now the problem is now we got to think about how, like, what the drawback is of using that item. And I like it to just sort of make sense, especially if it's like a thrown item. You know what I want to do? Here's what I want to do. And this could be seen as like a benefit or a drawback depending on who's using the item. The item draws attention to the user, making them the preferred target of the spellcaster for the duration. Right, so it's almost like the taser effect, right? Where it's like that, like you use the item, and so it has that effect, but now like it makes it very clear to the spellcaster who's doing that. So the spellcaster is like, oh, I got to stop you because you're stopping me from having my full powers, which is kind of something that would happen anyway. But I like the idea of the item like intentionally magically impacting the target so that like they're compelled to target the user. I actually really like that idea. I think that would work. Energy is channeled within 40 feet. He just heals equal to the spell level. Oh yeah, that's not a bad idea. Not a terrible idea. I don't know though. I like this one. I like this one where it's like, so basically it's like you have a better chance of surviving whatever spells they target at you, but you are going to, for the next 10 rounds, be at the mercy of that spellcaster, right? So it's like, boy, if they get some good rolls or you get some bad rolls, depending on with save versus attack roll, you might be in big trouble, right? As the person using this item. So I kind of like that. We'll say, making them, yeah, I think that's fine. I kind of want to change this though. It's not that they're the preferred target. They're like compelled. Let's see. Item draws attention to the user. Let me change how I word this. Compelling the target to only attack the user of the item for the duration of the effect. There we go. I like that. I think that's a better wording. Makes a bit more sense that way. And then what it takes to remove always must be removed magically if user tries to abandon the item, it will curse them and block them from using any spell or magical item. So it's like if you try to get rid of it, you can't, like, it's going to go ahead and basically use its own spell jamming effects on you, so that, like, even if you're not a magical user, like, hey, guess what's magical? Healing potions. You know, like, uh-oh, can't use that magic item. Like, so the idea is, like, you're stuck with that item. You have to deal with it, or you have to get rid of it magically. Like, there's no just leaving this thing behind and being done with it. It will not allow it. I like that. I like that. Because, like, the other thing about it, too, is always like, oh, well, is there a range for it? It's a magically cursed item. As soon as you take your eyes off of it, it will reappear in your pack or something like that. Like, you cannot get rid of this cursed item. That's what a curse is. This is a magical world. We can do whatever we want with it. So, I think that'll work. I think that works. I think that's good, because I think that's the type of thing, again, like, I could see that being something, and I mean, like, there's always just the concept of, like, the player's like, okay, well, I can't get rid of it, so I have to, like, hold on to it, but, you know, it's like, they're stuck with this item, and the idea that I always have, too, is, like, if it's cursed, like, the baseline is if they try to, like, not use it, you know, if they're just like, oh, well, I guess I'll just keep it in my pack and not use it at any time, you can always just say, like, well, it's a sentient cursed item, right? It's going to feel neglected and be mad at you if you just refuse to use it. And so it might still start having minor impacts on you as well. So, curse with a 30-foot magic field that affects allies only. Ooh, that's a good one too. I like that idea. It'll punish you and your allies. Oh, that's clever. That's a good one. I like that. All right. You've convinced me. I like that one. User tries to abandon the item. It will curse. We'll say it will curse the user and all allies within 30 feet. Yeah, because then if there's, like, even if the user isn't the magic user of the party, it will impact the magic user there. I like that. I like that a lot. Feet. We'll do that. Curse causing the effects. Let's see, effects on any ally in the area of effect. I mean, that sentence feels like it might be redundant. Here, let me try this. Tries to abandon the item. It will curse the user and all allies within 30 feet, causing the effects on any ally in the area of effect. Yeah, no, okay. That's a fine sentence. A little run-on sentencey, but it's fine. It's fine. We'll use it. It's fine. It's great. It's great. It's great. No need to worry about it. Yeah, I think that's good. That's good. I like this. This is good. This is a good one. Like I say, the litmus test is, would I be excited to give it to my players? And the answer is yes. In cursed or non-cursed, sentient or non-sentient, I would have fun giving this to my players. So, great. Perfect. I love this project. It's such a goofy one. Just like turning spells into enchantments. It's such a goofy, silly project that, like, and it's the type of project that, you know, like, would make purists really mad. But I have so much fun with this project, and my players have so much fun with these types of runes and stuff. It's a good time. Good time. Really does kind of help get the creativity going. So awesome. All right, so we got a couple of these done. I want to work on the campaign a little bit today too. I mean, we got plenty of time, but we've been doing this for like an hour and a half. So let's go work on our campaign really quickly. Before I do that, I need to run to the bathroom. So give me just like, 45 seconds. I'll be right back. I'll probably refill my drink while I'm up. But yeah, once I get back, we will go ahead and work on our campaign a little bit. So sit tight. I will be back very shortly. Thank you for your patience. Alrighty. Pair it with a cursed ring of luck and watch his players struggle while the caves come on the cat. That's just diabolical. I love it. I love it. Really fits with my preferred approach to everything D&D, which is the more chaos, the better. That's just 100% my preferred approach as a DM. I love the chaos. I live for it. I absolutely live for it. It's my favorite. My favorite. Oh boy. All right. Let's spend some quality time working on our campaign here. I'm having so much fun with this campaign. This is gonna be a fun one when it's all done. I'm excited about it. So okay, let me especially because we have the time, I'm going to pull up. It's kind of been a while since we've just done a check-in with like what we're working on with our campaign, you know, and what the goals are with it and everything like that. So I'm gonna go ahead and just kind of run through all of that. Let me open up a few maps here. We're going to need, oh, that was for the other project that I'm working on. We need to open up this file here. Let's see, we need, okay, we are going to need this one open eventually, but we're not starting with that one. We're actually going to start with a few different maps. Let me pull it up here. We need, that's again the other, we need this one. Load it up. Then actually, you know, do it from, go ahead and bring up our world map as well as our region map. Bring both of those up. Give it all a second to load up everything. Okay, so we are working on a campaign that takes place entirely homebrew campaign, takes place entirely in my homebrew world. And I have so much affection for this world. This is a world I've been working on, working in, writing, and doing stuff for golly, it's like the better part of 10 years, really. I've been writing stuff for this fantasy world of mine. It all started back when I wasn't even playing D&D and I was just into world building as a hobby. My origins, I always like to talk about my origins for world building basically being me watching my sister, my older sister, playing Myst, the game, and being fascinated with the concept of a world existing within the pages of a book. And that idea just kind of fascinated me. Like the concept that you could write a world and have a world exist from your writing alone. And that just like fascinated me. I loved that idea. And I just kind of like would start writing little stories about places. And it kind of over time evolved into being this world that we see right here. This world that I call Zaoria. And it's, yeah, it's my baby. It's my baby. Oh, it's my fantasy baby. I have, that sounds weird to phrase it like that way because it implies that I have a real baby and I don't. It's my fantasy world baby. I don't know. That still sounds kind of weird. It's my project. deflated my own momentum there. The only reason I specify fantasy is because I also have a sci-fi universe that I like to write things in when I'm more focused on sci-fi stuff rather than D&D and fantasy stuff. But this is my fantasy world that I love. And so we're writing an entirely homebrew campaign that takes place entirely within this area, within this world. It's a post-apocalyptic world. Basically, the way I set things up is there was, the way I describe it is the way magic and the like ethereal planes and the elemental planes and everything exist within my world. These are all layers of the same place, the same existence, the same world. And you can imagine it like the way I describe it and imagine it is like if you have a jar of like various different types of sand and water and plants and oils and all that stuff. And like, you know how eventually when you just let those things sit for a long time, things will percolate and eventually form different layers, right? You'll have different layers of different density stuff. You'll have oil layers on top, water layers, and then different levels of sediment and different layers of sediment, right? Like those are the layers of reality. And they, typically speaking, exist where they're like, you know, next to each other in conjunction, but still their own separate distinct areas, and everything is great. There was an event in my world called the Unhinging, where basically it's like if someone took that jar and shook it up, and everything got all mixed and jumbled, and, you know, all these different tears in reality showed up, and all kinds of different, you know, creatures that didn't belong in one realm were shoved into it and pulled out of their own realms, and everything just like turned into horrible chaos. Magical radiation just kind of covered the land from different tears in reality, causing all kinds of weird like mutations and stuff to exist. And it's like, that's the explanation for why there's all kinds of like horrid, horrible monsters in this world. Result of that was that most of the world became pretty uninhabitable, except for just a handful of cities that, if we kind of zoom in a little bit here, we can see, you know, there's a few cities that dot the land, that these are where, you know, different like those were the larger, more easily fortified cities that were able to adequately protect themselves and others from the dangers of the world there. So basically, as it is, those are the only places that people live in this entire world. Everything else is, you know, over time, the layers have started to percolate and separate out again. And that's just kind of how it's gone over time. But you know, it's been a slow process, as the world has sort of tried to recover. And as it has recovered, though, there have been different projects from people within the different cities to try and reclaim a lot of this lost world, right? So that's what's going on with our world of Zeoria here. And the campaign that we're working on is one such project that takes place within this hex right here. You can pull up, where is it? This is our map. So this is our region map that takes place, that this campaign is taking place in. And it's starting to get kind of filled up. Starting to fill up with some different areas. And basically the principle, the primary idea here, actually, if we go back our big world here, is there's a project underway to kind of build a trade route that goes from this city up here down to this city down here, right? Going from Phosphik down to Muffafetting is the goal. And so our players are going to be, they're going to start off basically being part of the crew, part of the team that's making the effort to do exactly that. And they've made it to this point, which is where we are here, right? So this is our world. This is where people are, and it begins with our players kind of down here, part of the forward base, right, as they're kind of making their progress along. And what happens is they're confronted by a dragon. It turns out that in all of the chaos, a dragon sort of made the Goldenwind Plains, which is this area that extends further to the south and to the west, its domain. And it now sees all kinds of humanoids kind of showing up in its plane. And it's all like, no, I don't really want you here. This is my domain, and it's better without you guys coming in here and messing everything up. You know, so there's a little bit of difficulty. And what happens, basically what's going to happen is the dragon, you know, like if the players don't do it themselves, there's sort of a captain of this crew here that will say, well, can we cut a deal with you? Is there something we can do to make you okay with us just building our trade route, because that's what we're trying to do? And the dragon will say, okay, well, there's this Hall of Wisdom over here that I really want to get into, but it's locked up tight with magic and with keys. If you can find the keys to get me in there, then you can go ahead and, you know, build your little trade route, and it'll be fine. That's the deal. So our players will sort of be elected as the ones to sort of spearhead this effort to find the keys, and that's what our adventure is. You know, because we're assuming that our players will be, you know, good about accepting the call to adventure. You know, maybe they will, maybe they won't. That's going to be entirely up to them, but they can do that if they so choose. Or they can not do it and there's no game, so it's really up to them. But that's basically what it is. They're going about trying to find keys to this Hall of Wisdom. The first key that they'll find was up among the mountaintops here, among the Giant Society. Second key was down, oops, hold on. There we go. Was down here in the abandoned dwarven city of Kagdaral. And then now we're kind of working on them finding the third key, which is eventually going to take them up here into the abandoned elven city of Ashran Nalor. But in the meantime, they're trying to figure out how to get there. And the best way to get there is there used to be a known teleportation portal within this city of Minadala. So we are working on filling out this part of the city here, this sort of dungeon that is the city for our players to sort of explore and eventually get their teleportation circle. So that way they don't have to try and navigate their way through the mountaintops where there's all kinds of known giant territory and everything. And so they can just teleport themselves over there, get the key, and then teleport back is what the intention is. When they get to Minadala, it's an abandoned city like most other cities within this world. It's an abandoned city. It's kind of been left to ruin. Here's the city as we've made it here. But basically the idea is they will arrive here and they will have to try and figure out how to work with the only remaining person who is here is a wizard who was tasked with guarding the city so many years ago when the unhinging happened. And so he has destroyed the teleportation circles and will kind of be offering clues to players throughout this part of this stage of the campaign as to why that's happened. And it'll kind of give them a bit of like warning about the horrors that they're going to find in Ashra Nalor, because that's why he destroyed it. Because there were a bunch of horrific creatures trying to come out through the teleportation circle, so he had to just like close it out and cut it out in order to keep the area safe. Like that's what he had to do. So, but our players are kind of navigating through there, trying to get themselves help the wizard get the supplies he needs to fix up the teleportation circle, all while exploring this city that has long been abandoned by humanoids and has really been taken over by wildlife, is sort of what's going on here. So that's kind of what we're working on here, and we've kind of, so the first couple stages are the whole thing is like what they will go to different parts of the city to be looking for different components that the wizard needs, and in between they'll return to the wizard and they'll say like, okay, I need you to find this thing, I need you to find that thing, I need you to do this. If they're going to do that, and he's going to basically just pass it off by saying, to the players, like, I've got other stuff that I'm working on doing here, and so if you want me to help you, I will, but I need you guys to go out and get the stuff while I worry about all the other things. So our players will go out and do all that kind of stuff. The first and the third item that they're going to be asked to get are both in kind of the same location, which is this like marketplace that we've been working on building. And so we're working on getting the maps here. And the thing that's fun about it is when they show up at different times, I want there to be different buildings that they have access to. So we started working on this last time, right? And this is kind of where we're going to actually dive into working on the campaign, finally working on it rather than me just talking about it. We're trying to figure out, or I'm trying to figure out how to sort of gracefully have it be that there are different areas that can be examined and searched at different times. And kind of what I've come up with is that on day one, when like section 1 here on day 1, these buildings are still locked up tight. Like these kind of 3 buildings, it turns into like 5 rooms that we're describing, but there's basically 3 buildings that are really locked up tight, and our players are not going to easily be able to access. If they really want to just like slowly chip away at the wall and get themselves in there, that's fine. They can do that. They're allowed to do that. But as a baseline, these ones are not easily accessible. But the next time, when they get to section 3 of this campaign, these are going to have all been busted open a little bit. And the idea is just that a herd of elephants moved through, and they're bigger and more clumsy than most of the other wildlife that's been through this area, so they've kind of busted down a few walls that just allow for players to kind of go through and navigate and, make their way around in there. So that's kind of what we're working on here. And yeah, we left off. What did we leave off? I think we left off. I was working on figuring out. Yeah, we were figuring out the enemies and making the changes to the existing world or the existing rooms as needed. For this return to this area. because some things aren't going to change at all, and some things are. The big thing being the enemies. If there's enemies when they're fighting, things are gonna be different. And it looks like I'm finished making the edits here, because like the old puzzle and the old trap in the first section, those are still gonna be there. And we're just adding new ones to the stuff we're working, or to the new rooms that are being added is what we're doing. So yeah, and so we've got the yeah. We already wrote that up, and we already wrote the puzzle. Oh, that's right. Yeah, there was I made that little musical puzzle where it's like there's a bunch of different horns for the players to use, and all I want them to do, like, there's no right or wrong solution to the puzzle. It just requires that the players themselves invent a little tune using different notes, and it's just as a way for me to excuse me. It's just a way to kind of invoke a little bit of role playing with players, where they just kind of have to randomly come up with like a barbershop quartet style song or whatever. I like it. We got that. Looks like we mapped out all of the battles that are going to change as well. So we just need to finish fleshing out the rooms, the 2 new rooms, because we already got most of them handled by the looks of it. Thank goodness. Okay. Great. It's a perfectly fine starting point for us here. Yeah, cool. So let's go ahead and work on room number 8 here. What do I need? Hold on. What I need is I need to organize all my tabs. Put them all in places that make sense to me. Okay, so room number 8 here is its own isolated thing, and there's going to be the boss battle here. And the boss battle is going to be just basically like some really, really big elephants. And so like there's one, like the one that kind of caused the busted out wall there. And so I'm going to put him like right there is what I'm going to do, because that's like the easy access. So they have to deal with the boss elephant with the Elephant King something. I don't know. I like the idea of it being the Elephant King. Maybe it's maybe it's one of them. Oh shoot, what's the name of the race? The elephant people race in 5th edition. It's like one of them. Like, so it's actually a sentient elephant. A sentient? A sentient? I don't know. It's a sentient elephant that like watches over the rest of the non-sentient elephant herds. Which like just as a concept kind of cracks me up. But like, no, I'm not gonna do that. It's just a big bad elephant. And if I'm remembering properly, yeah, it's the only one that's actually technically an elephant, because the rest of them are reskinned animals that are elephant-like, and I can just say that they're elephants, and then that's it. So, boss elephant. So in total, we've got to have 1850 experience points. We do a boss elephant, one of the giant boar versions of the elephant. That brings us up to 1550. Oh, we could just do one of each. We could do for the boss battle, could have a baby, a juvenile, a regular elephant, and then boss elephant. I kind of like that, actually. I'm gonna make this real easy too. So for filling that out, hold on, we need to do boss battle 1850 XP. Oops, not CP, XP. There we go. 1850 copper pieces. That's what the boss battle is worth. Oh, did Twitch crash? Oh no. Oh boy. Was that on my end, or did the entirety of Twitch crash? Let's see here. I'm showing that I'm still uploading fine, so maybe it's just Twitch being butt-headed. That's weird. That's bizarre. Oh, the app crashed. Okay. Huh. All right. Well, as long as it's not my fault, then I don't care. Okay. Well, yeah. Okay, good. I'm glad it's not my. I'd feel like a real goofball if I was sitting here and my computer stopped working. But it looks like I'm still going. Okay. All right. Well, and I'm glad you're back then. I'm glad you're back. Huh. I didn't even notice. Shows how attentive to the world around me I am. It's like sitting here just going on blah 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 blah. Not even realizing that no one's around. I just thought you guys were being exceptionally good listeners. I don't know. Alright, we're gonna do... Well, yeah, these are the enemies here. And Enemies are going to be 1 elephant, 1 giant boar version of the elephant. We'll do one Sangzor version of the elephant, and then 1 giant goat version of the elephant. Because I needed to find a different way. Fight 100 elephants, 100 duck-sized elephants. That would be very pokey. That would still be a lot of stab wounds in the ankles. Like, your calves would be just Swiss cheese at that point in time. I wouldn't want to do that. Although I don't know if I would prefer that. I don't know if I would prefer 1 elephant-sized duck. I mean, that thing could just eat me whole. It's a tough one. It's a tough one. We could just kind of make them battle 100 baby elephants. God, can you imagine the moral quandary for players at that point in time? If it's like, you must now battle 100 baby elephants. They will not be satisfied until they have your blood. You know, and just like make them be like, yeah, you're killing babies. How does that feel? Baby animals, no less. They got big, adorable eyes. What are you going to do about that one? That'd be a fun one. That'd be a real good way to mess with players. Dragon elephant. It breathes fire out of its nose rather than spraying water. It just sprays like molten lava or something. That'd be a good one. That'd be a good one. The Dragaphant. It's the Dragaphant. And it just like, yeah, rather than sharp teeth, it just tusks you. It's an elephant with wings. Which actually, whenever I think of elephant, think of elephant with wings. You want to know what my first mental image is? My first mental image is, I'm going to forget his name. The caterpillar guy from Bug's Life. Remember him? At the very end? When he like comes out of his chrysalis, he's like, I'm a beautiful butterfly. And he's got like he's like exactly the same. He's got these like tiny little butterfly wings on his back. That's immediately what I think of. One of my favorite things from any Disney movie is him. What's his name? I'm blanking on that character's name. Just cracks me up though. I'm a beautiful butterfly. And it's like German accent or whatever they gave him. And he's just like wasn't his name like Hansel or something like that? I swear that's like the angle they took with that character, which is kind of nonsensical, but it just made it amusing and funny. I don't know. I'm probably the only person who remembers or cares anything about that. A Tarrasque with wings and can be invisible? My God, man. That's just twisted. That's just twisted. I mean, it's awesome, but it's twisted. Okay, let's hear. So let's get a little description going on for this one. Standing outside of the... Okay, wait, hold on. We got to figure out... We put in... Oh, yeah, that's right. That's right. Because it's kind of... We're doing the boss battle in front of room 8, but it kind of also serves as the blockade for going into the other room where we already have the item. So we don't really need to. So we'll say standing in the narrow alleyway between 2 shops is a particularly large and grizzled elephant with another we'll say with what is presumably its it would just be its family unit with it. They are massive, and you get the sense that they will not move will not move of their own volition, even if you ask nicely. Unfortunately, they are okay, here we go. We'll say the good news is that they seem to have busted out the walls of the shops that you couldn't easily enter before. The bad news is that they are right in front of those busted walls. Boom, there we go. The Tarrasque wizard sidekick. This dragon's breath on the Tarrasque. So was the Tarrasque or the wizard the sidekick? Like, that's like a real Timon and Pumbaa situation going on there, depending on who's in charge. I do like that idea, though. that was like the same idea. That was kind of the same. That's like this along the same lines of when I had a player who like there was the one meme was from like a really old movie where a guy was like surfing on an alligator that was shooting lasers out of its eye, and they were asking if it was possible to do that in D&D, and I was like, well, I mean, probably you'd have to hotwire a few spells, right? But you could do like prestidigitation for the lasers coming out the eyes, and then as far as like flying, you could just like polymorph something that flies to make it look like an alligator or something along those lines. Like you could, there's ways you can make it happen. Trask had 30 and okay, fair enough. Yep, Trask is the one wearing the plan making pants there. In that situation, I agree. I like the idea though of both of them thinking like, or like the wizard thinking he's in charge, and the Trask is just like, whatever, little buddy, whatever. All right, so that's honestly this is kind of all we need to describe this. I guess we can we'll add a little bit here. After players make it inside, I have to decide what kind of shop this one's gonna be, right? Because like they're in a marketplace. I want the shop to like be something. We have what all shops did we already do? We had, what was this one? You notice that the ceilings collapsed. Oh, that's right. I don't think I decided what that shop was going to be. After thinking about, you have a brilliant idea. Oh yeah, players try the door. Let's see here. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I didn't decide what this shop was going to be either. I kind of want to do that. I kind of want to know. So we got to come up with 1, 2, 3 more shops that are different than what we've already got here. That are just like kind of leaning towards the idea of them being more touristy type shops, right? Because the city was kind of more of a touristy type of city back in its heyday. So that's kind of the angle that I'm trying to go for. Got the wizard shop and the enchantment shop. Got a jewelry store, general store. This one was like a potion shop, an alchemy shop. This one was a home that's right. This was the home defense shop. This one was school supplies. School supplies. We have like a tea and a candy shop. This was a clothing shop. This was a woodworker's shop. We could do like a blacksmith. Maybe this was like an old blacksmith shop. Like there was like a dwarven blacksmith that would do specialty request items or something. And that was kind of like the interesting fun thing that it did there. We'll do that one. We'll say, we'll go ahead and do blacksmith. Let's see. Enter through room 4. And then we'll also make this one a blacksmith shop. There we go. Boom. Perfect. That one day turned into a baby Trask. Just by, and to never be able to turn back. Rule the world truly was against animals, decided to kill humanity. Oh, that's a harsh turnaround. The guy lives a life of extremes there, doesn't he? It's like he seems like the kind of villain who like learned a lesson, but it was the wrong lesson, right? Rather than like, oh, let's all get along in harmony. He's just he basically just sounds like a murderer who was looking for an excuse to murder. Which, hey, that's a perfectly fine villain. Can be a very, very effective villain. Okay, players make it inside. Inside, oops, let me change that back to our black font here. As you enter this shop, it is right away clear to you that this was some sort of blacksmithery. Blacksmithing. There it is, blacksmithing shop. There doesn't appear to be much of high value here. However, there remains stockpiles of various materials and tools, as well as a small collection of basic shields and swords. So there's just going to be like some basic weapons and stuff around, but nothing too special. But will be like, what we'll do is we'll do stockpiles of various materials and stuff. And it's like, and that can really play into like players wanting to craft and stuff like that. It's like if they're looking for blacksmithing items and stuff, like they can get everything they need there. You've got a double negative there. Did you mean to say he doesn't not, or is it just like he doesn't attack other races? I think you mean he just doesn't attack other races. We made a draw wizard for an sidekick. Oh, the Tarask was that guy. Okay. That's a strange distinction. But I'm into it. You know, it's a villain. They don't always act rationally, right? That's fair. Doesn't attack other races. Okay. That's what I thought you meant, but I was like, hey, you know, you never know. You never know what people are trying to convey. All right. So money. So this is just gonna be like some basic money and stuff that they can also find here. We'll do searching through. Searching. There we go. Searching through the shop, you find a small safe under the rubble of the destroyed wall. It seems as though luck has smiled upon you, and the damage done by the elephants has also broken open the safe. We'll do that, but I'm gonna add in, I want to put a check for players to have to notice this in the rubble. We'll make it a DC 12. It doesn't need to be too hard. DC 12 to notice the safe among the rubble. Perfect. There we go. 1,000-year-old druid. Age made him crazy. Hey, that's like the wizard that our players are working with in this part of the campaign. You know, he's the wizard is super old, magically keeping himself alive to do sort of like fulfill his purpose, and he's kind of losing touch with reality. That's fair. All right. So just because I'm lazy, I'm gonna go ahead and pull up loot gen here. Boom. And let's just roll for the loot. That's the challenge rating. Oh shoot, the challenge rating of the elephant. I'm blanking on it. Or monsters. I need to start including that there just because it's relevant for trying to figure out how much. Elephant. Boom. Challenge rating 4. Okay, yeah, so we can still keep it on this one, and then later on we'll start adding more stuff there. So 161 gold and coinage, and then jewels. That actually makes a fair amount of sense for a blacksmithing shop to have a fair amount of jewels. Because if you have like a jewel encrusted hilt or something, like, hey, there you go. 161 GP. Put some gems there. Disappeared. No matter the gender. Yeah, that's. I mean, that's kind of a common thing for dwarves in a lot of, in a lot of fantasy lore, that the women have beards just the same as men, which I think is rad. I think it's awesome. Okay, let's see here. So the gems. How many gems were there? But where's the tab? This. 12, 50 gold. I hate the way they organize this stuff. Should be 12. It should be 12 times 50 GP gemstones in parentheses worth 600 gold pieces total. That makes so much more sense. I don't understand why they wrote it the way they did. LX 50 GP gems 600 GP total. Boom, there we go. And then we can just copy the list. Half elf, half dwarf, 6 foot tall elf with the body of an elf but a massive beard. Awesome. Okay, I see what you're saying. That's rad. I like it. Everyone is bifacial haired. I like it. All right. This is a big list. This is gonna be easier to just copy and reformat it. as needed. So copy, paste. Rid of the excess crap that we don't need. Or there. And then let's see here. We'll go ahead and. Oop. Nope. There we go. Oop. There's 2 Jaspers. 2 Jasper. Boom. Yeah, that's the one thing I don't like about that tool is they format things really weird. I'm not a big fan of it. So 2. So the rest of these have 2. I'm just gonna delete and then we'll do the 2s. 2, 2, and 2. There we go. Perfect. And then the other thing that I just want to do, I just want to get rid of the links. Remove the link. There. No, like all of them. Why would you not remove the link for that one? Why would you be weird? Oh, like, what are you? Why are you doing this to me? Like, remove the link. There we go. These ones too. Remove the links. Why are you doing this to me? OneNote, why are you weird? Stop it. I have a very love-hate relationship with OneNote. I love hating it. That's the... it's a great tool, but it's got some weird quirks that don't always really make a lot of sense about why it is the way it is. But hey, you know, here we are. So perfect. Okay, we'll do that. And then the one other thing I'm going to do here, just because I kind of mentioned it, is also let players find substantial crafting supplies if they are interested. Boom. Right. So it's like not all games are going to have players that care about crafting projects and all that kind of stuff. So I never force it. But it's good to remember that that stuff is there and available to them if they are interested in it. So make a little note for that. That's perfect. And that means we've only got one more room we got to figure out. It's going to have an easy battle in it. I still got to figure out one other shop here. So we got blacksmith. All right, so hold on. So we got we got the blacksmith there now. Still don't know what this shop is. I still didn't figure out what that shop was going to be. All right, maybe I should figure that one out. If we've got magical stuff there. I actually, you know what would be kind of fun? Hold on a second. Yeah, this one's really small. This will be perfect. I'm just going to make this one like a parchment shop. Like, it's just a specialty parchment shop that's got, like, parchment and, like, special quills and ink and stuff like that for people to like it. That's just what it is. Right? Because it's kind of touristy, right? So it's like, it's a shop for you to be able to get the parchment for writing home or gift wrap or things like that. That's what it is. That's what it is. We'll do that one. And I don't know, maybe this one, we've got a candy shop. Maybe this one's just like some sort of other food shop. That's a tea shop there. Maybe this one was like historically. Oh, maybe this was like a specialty shop for like cured meats or something like that. Maybe that's what we'll do. I don't know. Let's go ahead and do that detail before I forget about it. That's room 5. Oh, wait, no, that was the blacksmith shop. What the hell was I going to make this one then? I wanted this one to be the blacksmith shop. I am so confused. This is why we write things down. Enter through new hole. I'm going to keep this in the blacksmith shop because I already described it that way. Blacksmith shop. Okay. So room 5. I'm gonna make it a cured meats shop. Cured shop. It's gonna be disgusting when they go in there. No, actually, yeah, you know, okay, yeah, that's perfect actually. It was not something to trifle with. Looking around the shop, you can see that this one was likely a specialty food shop of some sort, though it's hard to see exactly what type of food anymore. It seems anything left behind was long ago consumed by rats that found their way in, leaving nothing but packaging materials that seem to indicate this place once sold a variety of cured. Boom, there we go. That's all we got to do. There. I think that's perfect. I think that's perfect. And then we already got the lore and everything figured out. Great. Great. Spectacular. Now, this one. Enter through hole in wall. And then the type of shop, I want to do this one. Parchment, parchment and ink shop. Boom, there we go. Parchment, I should have spelled ink with a C. It's parchment and incorporated. Stupid joke. It's a really bad one. Great. Okay, we'll just do that. No, I don't need to look at the weather. Thank you. Okay. So an easy battle here. Easy battle is worth what? 500 experience points. I gotta check and see what other easy battles I've already done, so that way I don't repeat a battle. We gave them 2 juveniles and 1 baby. And then I think there's at least one other easy battle. Yeah, another one. And we gave them 5 babies. I kind of want to just give them 5 more babies just to mess with them. Because I just love the idea of, like, giving my players... Wait, hold on. Oh, shoot. We need to actually, refill that one out, though. I did not do that. It's, baby elephants. Yeah, it was going to be 5 of the baby elephants. I mean, they're boars, but, like, skinned as elephants because I think it's funnier that they have to deal with a bunch of elephants. There we go. There it is. There we go. On Dwarven lore. Dwarves reside in the country of Dragonclaw and the town of been killed. Growing elven and orcish population. And enjoying prairie. Platinum magical crystals. Archie the Copper Savior. With humility so high, he need no long title. I really like that title. That is a good one. That is a good one. He is the hero so humble he need no title to point out how humble he is, being the title. I like that. That's fun. That's good. That's clever. I like it. Wait, catch up. There we go. All right. So easy battle. I'm gonna underline that. Battle. I'm gonna make this one actually worth 450 XP. It's supposed to be 500 even, right? Make sure I have that right. Easy, yeah, 500. We're gonna do 450, and we're just gonna say it's one of these guys. Just one regular old elephant. That's like because that's like where they're approaching from. So that's gonna be as simple as it needs to be. So 400 XP. Oops. Boom. Boom. There we go. All right. So this is gonna be a good one where we can kind of give them the intro about how things have changed. So walking back to this part of town, you can immediately, there it is, see that things have changed since you were last here a few, days ago. The herd of rhinos seems to have moved on, but a herd of elephants has moved in. The first building you see, the one on the corner of the street, is significantly, there we go, more damaged than it was before, and the reason seems obvious. A large elephant stands in the newfound opening, using its we'll say tusks to scratch away at the wall. as though simply bored and wasting the day away with this idle activity. Boom, there we go. And then players can deal with that how they want. Now we'll say when players make it inside. Boom, there we go. Players make it inside. Inside, this shop appears to have once been a very pleasant location. It is filled with various parchments. Parchments, there it is. Parchments, quills, and let's see here. Parchments, quills, and inks. We gotta put our Oxford comma here. I'm a big fan of the Oxford comma. That's just me personally. Oh, various parchment, quills, and inks. Some more decorative for sending letters to loved ones. Others more practical. Perhaps even magical for the sake of transcribing magical things such as scrolls. Decorative, that's what we're looking for. Boom. 800 dwarves divided by 2 clans. There's here. Nice, interesting. That's kind of some cool lore. 800 dwarves, they must really be on their way out then if they're 800 divided into 2 clans. That's a hard population to keep going. That's interesting. All right, perfect. So we'll do that. Lore, we need to do some lore here. Oh, here's what I want to do for this. Lore. I'm going to give some players. I'm going to make there be a DC here. I'm going to make this a little bit more difficult. 14 to notice the following. This shop appears to have been owned by a more optimistic individual. It's optimistic, my bad. Much of the stock of paper and ink, there I did it, and ink remains on the shelves as though they expected to return in short order after a brief stint away, while Sis, who is our wizard, while Sis managed the monsters showing up in town. However, there is one section that seems to be completely cleaned out. This section is the section of ink used for enchantments. Actually, no. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna say there are 2 sections. That's what I want to do. There are 2 sections that seem to be completely cleaned out. Needs to be a colon, actually, if I'm going to list. Say the section of, we'll just say the section of ink used for enchantments, as well as the section of green ink that matches the ink of green ink. Actually, let's say it this way: of green ink, which you notice is the same color as the ink. I keep doing it now. Same color as the ink used by Sis in many of his personal writings scattered around his home. All right, hold on. My doorbell is buzzing, and I don't know why, so I guess I have to go deal with that. I'll probably also go to the bathroom while I'm up, so give me 1 second. I'll be right back. I apologize for this. Alrighty, well, whoever it was that was buzzing seems to have given up. I suspect, my suspicion, that it's one of the neighbor kids that lives in my building. They have this really bad habit of spamming every doorbell in the building when they want to get in, rather than just like, you know, having a key from their parents or buzzing and having their parents let them in. They really like to just buzz everyone until someone lets them in. And it's like, I don't really care in terms of security that the kids, so like they can do whatever they want, but the fact that they just like will start buzzing my doorbell when I'm not expecting anyone does not encourage me to unlock the front door of my building. So, you know, that's what I'm suspecting it was. Hey, let's get rolling. How's it going? Good to see you here. Good to see you here. Things are going well. Thank you for asking. You know, other than the annoying neighborhood kids buzzing my doorbell to get into the apartment building, rather than, like, coordinating with their parents to be let in when they need to. It's probably the same kids that have this nasty habit of, like, so I've got a nice big parking lot, right? And I have a reserved covered parking space. I pay money for it because that's what I choose. I choose to spend my money on that. It's not very expensive, but I pay money for a reserved spot. It's like at the very back of our parking lot, which means that once the weather gets warm, all of the kids, all the little kids, always on their bikes and everything, going around, zipping around, you know, playing with kickballs and stuff. They actually will set up games of cricket, which is really interesting, you know, in the parking lot. And as a baseline, I don't really mind it because they, you know, they use soft balls and stuff, so I'm not worried about them, you know, damaging my car or anything. As a baseline, I don't mind it. But they have this nasty habit. They have not been instructed on how to properly handle a car coming through. So whenever I'm driving into the complex, needing to get to my parking space, they have this habit of, rather than, you know, sliding out of the way so that I can just like quickly go by them, park in my spot, and they can go about their game, they have this nasty habit of just like stopping and standing and just staring at me, like right in the middle of everything, so that I can't go through. And so I'm like just like sitting there like, I don't want to honk. I'm not like I'm not trying to be mean, but I need you to get up out the way. Get out of the way. They're just like, it's weird. It's just like the parents in this complex don't seem to be all that bothered in teaching their kids basic neighborly etiquette, which is like, you know, they can get away with it because they're kids, but after a certain point, it's like, hey, just like, I mean, you know, I always knew growing up in the neighborhood that I lived in, That, like, you know, if I'm out there playing street hockey, that's fine. But when a car comes, you get out the way. You get off the side of the road. You don't stand there and stare at the car and wonder, like, what do I do? You get out the way. And if they're not old enough to know that, then they shouldn't be out there unsupervised. It's just basic safety. It's basic safety. I don't know. I'm digressing here. All because someone rang my doorbell when I wasn't expecting anyone, and it naturally makes me a little leery of who the heck could be doing that. What does the street use? Damn kids these days! Always getting up in my business. Why can't they just leave me alone in peace? Back when I was a kid, I had to walk 18 miles uphill through the snow both ways just to be polite to my elders. Something like that. I don't know. You gotta, if you're gonna be a proper old man, you have to relate everything back to how your life was more difficult. Primarily more difficult in terms of transiting from one place to another, because there was never anything of convenience. You just had to walk uphill through things, and that's what made your life miserable. Wait, our speed limit. Game flying out from... Yes. Yeah. There's kids that'll do that. Like, the kids will go around and around and around. Like, the one that worries me is the kids will play, like, basketball, or, like, you know, they'll have kickballs that they're using. And, like, they'll be doing, like, and it'll be fine. And then all of a sudden, but, like, they won't stop playing when a car's coming through. So, like, suddenly one of them will kick it, and one of them's not paying attention, and they'll go sprinting out in the middle. And it's like, geez, kid. Like, you're lucky I'm super aware of you right now, because, my God. But, yeah. No, like, that's the thing. It's like, that's like, kind of gets to the heart of why it bothers me, because it's like, I don't want to be made into a murderer because your kid doesn't understand how to, like, stay safe around cars. Like, if a car is coming through, and you're in the, like, in the road, that's the car's domain. It's fine for you to use the road, but you have to get out the way when the cars are coming. Like, you can't just stand there. You can't stand there, you can't run around. All that kind of stuff. There was a bit of a battle, and management finally got it through to parents that they needed to instruct their kids. The kids would also have this tendency of, like, leaving their bikes leaned up against cars. And the way my car is positioned, like, I'm in a covered spot, but I'm at the end of the covered spot. And so they would, like, leave their bikes leaned up against my car sometimes. And, like, that one I wasn't super cool with. Because, like, I'm not, like, I don't drive a sports car or anything like that. I don't drive a super fancy car. But I, you know, the car that I have now is the first car that I've ever bought for myself. And I got exactly the car that I wanted. Bright orange Subaru. That's what I wanted. It's a beautiful car, and I work hard to keep that thing looking nice. I don't need kids' brake handles scratching up my door. I've already got a couple dings on it over the couple of years, you know, and it's fine. That happens to cars, but we don't need it. We don't need that happening as a baseline. You know, if it's my car, if it's not your car, just give it, you know, basic elbow room. Don't lean your crap against it. Exactly. Let's just have some respect, man. Neighborly respect. Good Lord. That one, people finally got on board with that one, because, like, I wasn't the only one upset by that, and lots of people were complaining. So they went on a leaving a note on everyone's door campaign for a while, informing everyone bikes need to be placed at the bike racks. They cannot be left in parking spaces or near cars. And while they don't put their bikes in the bike rack always, they do at least have the courtesy of now laying them down in the lawn rather than leaning them against cars or parking spaces or anything like that. And I've also gotten very comfortable, if there is a kid that does do that, I just take the bike and I pretty unceremoniously just dump it in the grass. Like, I'm not going to damage the bike, but I'm not taking care of your crap. Like, if you're not going to take care of my car, I'm not taking care of your bike. It's, you know, I will lift it up and I will move it to the grass, and it can get all muddy and dirty and wet in the grass. I don't care. Like, that's, you know, you had your chance to take care of it properly and didn't, so now it's up to me. And I'm going to do what I feel is necessary. Anyways, what was I working on? Or writing stuff, I guess. Oh boy. Yeah, that's right. We're working on, okay, so we made our ink and parchment shop. And that was going to have just like a little bit of clues about our dude having used up all of, like, the magical inks that were left behind. Our magical wizard guy, who's been there for like centuries, millennia. Does it bother anyone else? Okay, this is another digression, but it's a bit more related. Does it bother anyone else that millennia isn't a million years? Right? Like, Why not? Why did we structure our language that way? Bothers me. I don't know. I'm just saying. Anyway, it's been alive for millennia. He's used a lot of ink. The magical ink is used up, as well as the green ink that was his favorite ink to use for his like journals and his writings, his personal writings and everything. Those things are all gone, and so that just kind of gives players a little bit of a clue about how long he's been here and what he's been up to. You know, he used up all the magical ink. He's been working on stuff, that's for sure. But yeah, that's so that actually completes all of the writing stuff that we needed to do. The only other thing, there's two things to do. One of them is I need to copy and paste 3, 4, 5, 8, and 15 and put them in the first portion. Come on, OneNote. Just scroll. My gosh. OneNote just cannot handle that concept there. I'm going to copy and paste this up in the first section, because even though those rooms are blocked off, I do want them to be there in case our players are they just refuse to take no for an answer, which like that happens with players all the time, right? They do that kind of stuff, and it's fine. There's nothing wrong with that, but I want to be prepared for it. So we're just going to, for this one, so that one, there's a trap and there are puzzles there. This one, though, we're going to change this for this version to nothing, no battle there. Why we're called millennials. Yeah, right, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Thank you. It's just like there's like glottal patterns in these words that make it seem like they should mean similar things, and they don't. And it's bothersome. I don't like it. Especially the millennials is actually really funny too, because essentially every 1,000 years you can have new millennials, right? Which like I guess works, because you know it's not like we're gonna live 1,000 years, but yeah, it's like it's a super non-specific term. I'm with you. All right, so instead of a hard battle for this time, there's nothing in front of it. Nothing particular in front of it, so we can get rid of this. We can get rid of that detail there. Just keeping the details of, yeah, and so that will still be trapped. There'll still be a puzzle if they make it inside there. That's good. That one's good. And then let's see here, 8. We need to copy and paste room 8 from section 3 down here. And then so this one does not have the battle, but we can have everything else be there. So again, we'll copy. Because yeah, like I say, it's not intended for the players to reach all of these areas necessarily quite yet. But players will sometimes get it in their head that they're going to do something, and sometimes it can be hard to dissuade them. And if I don't have to, I prefer to not dissuade them. So, you know, we'll just go ahead and provide them all that they need to be able to explore and be stubborn and determined. And so let's see, we'll change this. I need to change this to nothing here. Nothing. And so this one will say, actually, I need to change it to say no obvious entrance at that point. And that actually reminds me, I need to come up here. This one has no obvious entrance, because the wall gets busted down after their first visit, and that's kind of the subtle way of like locking them out of areas. It's a pretty classic approach to sort of limiting the range of players in video games and D&D and all that kind of stuff. It's just like, oh yeah, it wasn't accessible, but now it's accessible. It's like if the first time you go to a store, they only have stairs, but later on, you can go there and you find out they've installed a wheelchair ramp. All right. Yeah, that's good. I think that handles everything. Oh, wait, the one thing. So this one, we can get rid of this. We'll just get rid of that sentence there for it, because there's no wreckage for them to pick through. Put a toddler to nap. You know what? I respect and encourage it. Anytime you can have a toddler be asleep, That's my personal preferred mode of operation for toddlers is asleep. That's when they're the least amount of work. So by all means. Let's see here. Yeah, so we'll say I'm gonna put just like a little note for this one and just say if players bust in. There we go. We can do that. Great. And then do we get, yeah, we got everything. We just need to change this to say nothing. Nothing. There's nothing happening there. Bada bing, bada boom. And then our last one is going to be room 15. Aww. This is the one we just did. And then again, when they're the second time when they're there, it's going to be accessible because of a busted wall, but this time that is not the case. Whoa, what happened? Okay, there we go. OneNote just being weird and wacky again, as always. And wow, what the? Sometimes I really wonder what on earth is going on with OneNote. It like freaks out sometimes. Okay, there we go. No, oops. Oh. Entrance, parchment, and ink shop. There we go. Okay, so we can do that. So now we got to get rid of this stuff. I'm going to say when players make it inside. Not an easy battle. There's nothing. And then this one again is going nothing. I don't need to keep the experience points there. Okay, excellent. Nothing, 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 nothing. Whole lot of nothing. Nothing. Great. Okay, and then, but then everything else can stay the same. Great. Perfect. Love it. Okay. All right, yeah, so we can get it like that. And then... Perfect. Okay, so that finishes describing everything. So now we just got to decorate everything within our both of our maps. And I'm going to largely make them decorated the same, except that in section 3 we're going to make these walls all busted out. So actually what I kind of want to do is I kind of want to decorate them in the first section with the walls not busted out, so that way then I can like make sure and have like when we do the walls busted out portion, we can have whatever rubble, like put down whatever rubble we need to like make it look like that wall was what got busted, which I think is perfect. So for this one, for example, this is going to be sort of the magical item shop here. You go to, just first go to objects, object tool. I want to go to used because I actually want to have the magic items shop be set up actually kind of similar to the jewelry shop. There's maybe a couple of these things with like special magical items. And then, you know, a couple ornamented tables over here. You know, just like this. And that's just kind of how the magical shop is decorated. Maybe we'll put one more right here. And then, because then back here is the laboratory where stuff is going to be. And so with the laboratory, we can put a lot of bookshelves and stuff. And this one already has that wall demolished and everything. So that's actually good as it is. So what we'll do here is I want to have this bookshelf be like that, and then this bookshelf be just kind of normal. Actually, hold on. I want to put one, two, like those ones kind of survived, but then this one got like bumped all kinds of crazy. And let's go ahead and do like a damaged desk. Or wait, no, hold. It wouldn't make any sense for the desk if that wall's there. So we'll put a desk that's all damaged and busted up there. Maybe another table that's all busted up. That. And then we can take some more wreckage and stuff. We'll just got to put a lot of general damage and rubble around. Just to make things look properly destroyed and broken up. So just like that, that's perfect. And then what I want, actually, I kind of want for the display, I want to put these easels facing out as though like there were like maybe like some spell scrolls or something that were on display. Hold on, I'm going to start off by putting one in the corner in place. And then we'll put this one in place like there. So that there was like, that's like stuff that was on display in the windows. I think that's perfect. You do that. And then the other thing that is then going to be important now, got like shelves and stuff there. I want to find, we have, this thing has wardrobes, right? Yeah, here we go. I want there to be a couple wardrobes because that's like what the players are eventually going to be searching for. And we can have maybe one more that's like been knocked off kilter right there from that wall that got destroyed. We can do that. So there's that shop there. And then this shop was, oh, this was the meat curing one. So I just want to do a bunch of crates and barrels all around, actually. I love when you search for crate, it comes up with all kinds of things that aren't even close to a crate. That just the searching function is so goofy in this game, or in this program. So we're just going to have some stacks of boxes. Maybe every once in a while one is a little off kilter just to make it look a bit more realistic there. There's a couple stacks up there. Like that. There we go. That looks fairly okay. And maybe like in the windows, there's just remnants of some display cases or something like that. We do a barrel. Barrel. A nice big keg. Wrong shop. Wrong type of shop. Oof, that's a big one. Yeah, these are kind of more so what I'm thinking here. If we do this, we can do that. But then you can have like a few knocked over barrels. Like over here, just like that. Part of the wreckage. Part of the wreckage and everything. Kind of do stuff like that. And then like if it was meant to be like it's like this is a cured meat shop, so I kind of actually imagine there would be some like, I'm putting the troughs there, but it's like those are meant to be kind of like placeholders for like just, I don't know, display cases of some sort. I don't know. Kind of a weird setup. I don't know how convincing it is, but there's only so much you can do sometimes. So now let's go ahead and just put our chandeliers up. So this would have had a couple. Little shop there, and then this shop would definitely have had a couple. Do that, and then let's get our lighting effect here. Yeah, there we go. Or boom, like that. Boom and boom. Oh. And actually, you know what I'm going to do just to save myself time and effort because of how this is working? I'm actually going to remake Section 3 by just copying this one again, and then I'll make the changes, is what we'll do. I think that makes the most sense. So this was a little blacksmithing shop here. Let's go back to our object tool here. They have like a, not what I meant. Here we go. Yeah, they do have like a blacksmithing setup. So there'll be a nice big furnace right there. Right, and then we'll put like the quenching table there. Put the anvil right there. Kind of trying to create a little workspace. There we go. All kinds of ingots and everything piled up here. Kind of letting them all be kind of piled up there. Oh, that's perfect, but then we can just like have a few of them that kind of like fell off. Like that. There we go. Perfect. Ingots, good enough. Oh, there definitely needs to be like a little thing of coal there. Really like the idea of there being a bellows just kind of tucked off to the side there. And then I can definitely imagine there being a couple like workspace easels and stuff like that. And maybe there's just like one extra anvil and like workstation over here for just like quick bending and fixer-upper projects and stuff like that. I don't know. I'm just kind of making it up. I don't really know much about blacksmithing, but there we go. That. Put in our chandelier and our light. Boom. There we go. There's that one. And then we got to do our parchment, which actually I think this one's going to be kind of a fun one. Object tool. Do they have just like a shop? Storefront. Shelf, maybe? Ship, not quite. Oh, stable, stairs, statue, storage, structure, table, thorn. Have like a shop one. Decor, dining, dirt, door, fire, fish fixture, floating, fountain, Miss Garden, gargoyle. No wood, water. All right, well, okay, well, we'll just kind of go, no, I don't want seafood. I want shop or shelf. So we'll just go ahead and put lots of shelves, because that's what I imagine. This store would just be lots of shelves with lots of different items as needed. So we can put like some shelves there. Get, what am I looking for? I'm looking for this one right here. Shelves just like this. Boom. Then maybe a couple shelves just like that. Yeah, that seems as good as anything for, you know, trying to make a little parchment shop. Put our little light there. Boom. There. All right, perfect. I actually think that looks really good. And what I want to do here is now I'm going to cheat a little bit and make things a bit easier for myself. Go to levels, section 3. I want to go ahead and, oh, wait, let me just make sure. Yeah, we're going to go to section 1, and what we're going to do is we're going to delete section 3. Do that, and now we can create label. We'll call that one section 3. I'm calling it section 3 because like this is when our players return to section 1, but they're not doing that until like the second and excursion into the town is going to be the second excursion into the town is going to be a very is going to a different part of the town, and so section 3 is them returning to this section later. So we're going to do that. We're going to clone this level, calling it section 3. That's what we want to do. So now section 3. Now I need to re-damage the walls and everything because I have undone that, but that's okay. That's a quick and easy thing to do. Because all we do now is we go, first off, like for this one, we want to delete that, and then we were going to have the corner kind of busted out, so we go portal tool here, and we can just use a blank portal. And I'm going to snap it to the grid. Boom. Boom, so that's been destroyed, and so then what we can do is we can then take this. I need to unsnap this here. And we can just kind of move that kind of out the way there, like it's been busted up a little bit. And then we can go to our object tool. And we can find a bunch of this destruction and rubble and everything. Have like a busted chunk of wall. Another busted chunk of wall like that. Like, yeah, use a bunch of this stuff to find and create a whole bunch of just like rubble and carnage and destruction. Just like that. There we go. Busted out. And I don't like how uniformly it's all creating a line that looks weird. Just find some extra rubble. Kind of just, there we go. Spread it out like that. There we go. Perfect. See, now we got a destroyed area that players can kind of walk through and see through. It's perfect. And then we can come up here and do the same thing. So we wanted to do that. Now we're going to go to our, where is it? There we go. Our portal tool. Re-snap that to the grid. Boom, boom, boom. That one's going to be right there, just like that. And actually, while I'm at it, this is the only other one that we need to do stuff to. We'll go ahead and grab our portal tool one last time. Just one more time. Boom, there we go. Actually, you know what? I kind of like the idea of that whole corner being busted out. We do that kind of stuff. And so now we can bust that one just a little bit more. Makes it look a little less uniform. Makes it look a bit more realistic that way. Realistic. The realistic situation of elephants coming through and destroying a town. Actually, I suppose that's not really unrealistic. In areas where elephants are like prominent and exist, I mean, that's a thing that happens. So I get it. I get what I'm going for. All right. Anyway, object tool again with our used. I do want to grab. Oh wait, hold on. We can unsnap. I do want to grab that and get rid of that one. And this one, I just want to rotate it as though it kind of like got pushed away a little bit. And then everything else is just going to be destruction and rubble. So let's go ahead and get our object tool here. This is kind of some of the best rubble to kind of use. Kind of mix it up a little bit, and that like really looks like some good destruction when you do it that way. Just kind of do stuff like that and like rotate them and stuff, and then just like kind of go on a couple things just to bust up the uniformity of everything. For that one, since we've got the busted table, we can have like now a busted table that sits on top. It'll make sense that way. And then we can kind of grab some of these broken up beams that serve as chunks of wall. Just kind of do stuff like that, and there we go. So now they're busted up and open, and now players can get access to them. Simple as that. Now we save, and we're kind of done with these two sections. We've actually kind of finished up two sections with that right there. Just quick and easy, and gosh dang, we just saved ourselves a whole lot of time. That's great. That's great. I feel awesome about that. Oh, you know what I want to do, actually? I want to actually take this stuff. It's cards, so it's not exactly right, but I want to, like, because it's a parchment shop, I kind of want this all scattered around. And let's go ahead and do, I want to put that under. We can have it all kind of like, there we go. It's kind of all intermingled in with the destruction and everything. That's perfect. Okay. I saw those down there and I was like, oh, that's one thing I wanted to do. It's a parchment shop. It needs to be obviously like that. That's perfect. And actually we can even take some of these and just kind of have it branch out a little bit. There we go. There we go. That's excellent. Just like that. That is some destruction. I like it. I like it a lot. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. That looks good. That looks real good. I like it. I like it a lot. Oh, I'm really happy with this. I'm really happy with how this turned out. And I'm really happy with actually how much like work I was kind of able to save by not having to do 2 full sets of rooms. By kind of doing it like this, that actually saves a lot of effort. And I'm really happy about that. I'm really happy about this. This looks good. I like the level of like some normalcy and some destruction happening all over the place here. I actually really like that. Excellent. Ah, beautiful. Okay, I'm going to save one more time just to make sure it doesn't go bye-bye. Awesome. Okay, I'm going to run to the bathroom one more time, and then we're going to go ahead and dive into the next section. We got plenty of time to keep working, but I'm going to run to the bathroom, refill my drink, and then we will keep plugging away. Man, I'm feeling really good about this momentum. I'm having a great time with this today. So please sit tight. I will be right back. I promise it'll be short. And then we will keep going. We'll go ahead and dive into a completely different section of this town. So it's going to be a good time. Alrighty. Let's keep on cruising. Keep this momentum going. Sorry, I was fussing with my my heated seat here. It's getting a bit warmer, and I'm having an easier time staying warmer now that I'm not weight cutting. But even so, it's still cold enough that I need my nice heated seat that I've created with my electric blanket here, which I gotta say, it was one of the best ideas I've ever had. Setting up this blanket, you can see it behind me, but it's like it runs up my back, and it's like on the seat of my chair and everything, and it just, oh man, it's like having, you know how awesome heated car seats are? Yeah, it's like that, but it's my computer chair. Oh, beautiful. It's a wonderful thing. A wonderful, wonderful thing. Highly, highly recommend to everyone. Okay. Let's open up the next section here. Boom, here we go. This is the next section that we want to work on. And this one's kind of going to be similar to how we set up first one. Those first couple sections, right? Where it's like, there's parts of it that are going to be inaccessible to players early on. And what I'm not remembering super clearly right now is if we've already figured out which sections are going to be that way. Let me see here. That's in the manor. Okay, that's in the manor, so they're going to that one. So that's actually a different one than what I just pulled up. What did I just pull up? Section, that's not section. Okay, so it must be sections 4. Okay, sections 4 and 5 are in the temple here. So you know what? I actually kind of want to go in order here. I want to do section 2, which is going to be in the manor. So let's actually close out what we just opened and pull up the manor. That should be that part 3 that we did. Yeah, that's the one. This is the one that I want to do right now. This one's a simple, straightforward one. This one's just, they only go there once. And so I think this will, they only go there once, so we only need to do 10 rooms here. This is a fun one, though, because what it is, like this area here, and we'll add some more rubble to make it more obvious. But what it is this section here is a collapsed part of wall that blocks off, like, so this is all on the first floor right down here. And then this area up here is on the second floor. So the idea is that the wall has collapsed, blocking players from staying on the first floor in this area and giving them a ramp up into the second floor area. Right, so we just got a couple different areas for players, and then this part of the second floor is inaccessible because there's just no way to get over there. All the staircases are there, and then it's been busted, like the wall's fallen and busted down, so there's really just no way to get over there. Is the idea that we're going for. A little bit of suspension of disbelief, because like if they were determined, they could use like ropes and stuff to climb up there, but we're basically just gonna tell the players like, hey, you know, like this is the map. This is the map. This is the area that you guys can explore. Like, it's almost, the idea, too, is almost like half that this, like, first floor itself is collapsed. So it's almost like the second floor is down on the first floor more than anything else. So, but yeah, we'll do that. I'm actually going to just immediately, want to go to the object tool. I want to find, don't they have, like, do they have, clutter might do it? Yeah, here we go. Clutter is what I'm looking for. Unsnap. And yeah, we want to just go ahead and fill in all of this area here with rubble and stones and destruction here. And it can kind of be pretty loose form. Actually, it probably would have been easier to do this by going along with the scatter tool, but that's okay. We'll just kind of do this here. And we have plenty of rubble kind of poking up and around places we want to make. And so we can start taking some of these other things here. Have little areas where rubble's maybe made its way out a little further. Just kind of rough up the edges a little bit. You know, kind of just adding a little bit of variety to make it feel a little less like planted and uniform everywhere. Couple boulders like that kind of fell out in a way. So there we go. So that's all traversable, and players can still kind of climb up there and everything, but that'll just kind of give it a destroyed building type of look and feel to it, which I think is going to be very helpful in setting the scene for this area. So that's good. think that's good, exactly as right now. Okay, and then save. I need to be better about saving more frequently. I say that a lot, and I never follow through. But maybe one of these days, if I say it to myself enough times, I'll actually do it. Doubtful, but we can always try and hope. Okay, so we got that all destroyed and shaken up there. It looks good. I think that looks better than just leaving the stone flooring, because the stone flooring makes it look a little too uniform. But doing it this way, I think, really kind of mixes things up and makes it look good. We can actually even say, I wonder if we can find, have pillars. Do they have, like, crumbled pillars? Because we could do, like, some crumbled pillars and stuff. You know what else we could actually do? Yeah, destruction. That's what I'm looking for. Now to mix things up, we can find around here. Where can I find? I'm sure they've got it. I go past. There's a bunch of. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, this is what we're looking for, right? So we got some pillars and stuff that all have busted down and do stuff like that. And then the other thing that we can do, kind of add a little bit more. All of it is just add some different wooden stuff floating around on top of it as well. And that'll just make it look a bit more, you know, busted up and weird and chaotic that way. Yeah, let's see. Let's get another pillar or two going around there. Those like right there. Okay, just that way, if players are kind of looking a bit more closely, they can see some visually discerning things like that. I think that'll do. I'm content with it anyway, and that's all that matters. You guys don't matter. It's just me. Nah, I'm kidding. But no, I do feel good about that. Like, I'm not kidding about it feeling good. I feel good about it. I'm not kidding about that. I'm kidding about whether or not it matters whether you guys like it or not. Because, like, to a certain degree, no, it doesn't matter. Because I'm creating what I want to create, and my players like what I create, so I can go with it. But it's like, I feel like there's a certain importance of me being able to justify why I like it and convince you guys of it. Because the whole point here is I'm trying to share my ideas and demonstrate why they're reasonable ideas and why you should consider doing them yourself. So, there. Successfully beat that explanation over the head with a tire iron. Feel like the one kid in that one meme. So goofy. Okay, so there we go. So there's some stuff for us. Now, we don't have any other notes about any rooms in here. No, we do not. Great. Start from scratch here. So we need to figure out... I need to figure out what... I think I already figured it out. Hold on. Come up here. Yeah, that's right. So this one's going to be a large gem. Any large gem that is worth at least 1,000 gold pieces. Right? So they need to find like some sort of big giant diamond or some crap. Is kind of what they're ultimately looking for here. In this section here. So I like to I've been trying to like offer up like an introductory description for all these places. So as indicated to you by this. Well, no, let me try this. Let's see here. Hey, Lady Ishka. Hey, better late than never is kind of how I live my life, so I respect it. I respect it hardcore. I appreciate you stopping by at all. It means a lot. Thank you. Let's see here. So how do I want to describe this? Standing in front of this mansion, you find, I don't know how much I want to describe this. Hold on. Let me try centering it. It's hard too because I've been going for like 3 hours at this point, so my brain is slowly turning to mush, but we'll get there. I gotta get myself into a more poetic and flowery language point of or state of mind here for this one. To a degree, manners of the wealthy, be they old, new, or any thing in between. Man, there's a lot of commas happening there. To a degree, manners of the wealthy, be they old, new, or anything in between, offer, we'll say, usually offer a certain sense of awe and grandeur. Grandeur? How do you spell grandeur? That's the one. Grandeur. The size, the intricacy, and the general sense that they are worth more than you will ever be able to afford hangs off of every log and brick, like curtains on a window. This is still not my best work, but it's fine. Size, intricacy, and the general sense hangs hangs off of every brick, every log and brick, like curtains on a window. This manner, you suspect, would offer the same sense were it not for the damage done to it by the combined efforts of the wilds and time itself. There we go. Not for the damage done to it by the combined efforts of the wilds and time itself. What must have once been a solid and impressive home now sits in a sense of now sits in a strange balancing act. Half of the house has collapsed at the first floor, leaving the second floor in its place, floating on the wreckage and leaving much of the home inaccessible. Still, you hope that you will be able to find what you need in here as you search, as you step forward to search this once wealthy homestead for a gem suitable for a gem suitable for cis purposes in restoring the teleportation circle you need. Well, there we go. Okay, let me just read this back to myself, make sure it sounds at least passable. To a degree, manners of the wealthy, be they old, new, or anything in between, usually offer a certain sense of awe and grandeur. The size, the intricacy, and the general sense that they are worth more than you will ever be able to afford hangs off of every log and brick like curtains on a window. This manner, you suspect, would offer the same sense were it not for the damage done to it by the combined efforts of the wilds and time itself. What must have once been a solid and impressive home now sits in a strange balancing act. Half of the house has collapsed at the first floor, leaving the second floor in its place, floating on the wreckage and leaving much of the home inaccessible. Still, you hope that you will be able to find what you need in here as you step forward to search this once wealthy homestead for a gem suitable for cis purposes in restoring the teleportation circle you need. Good enough. Good enough. Not gonna win any Pulitzer prizes, but it will serve the purposes that we need. So, great. As I said earlier today, it's not just good, it's good enough. And if that's not the prime level to aim for, I don't know what is, right? Because if you go for better than good enough, people start expecting a lot from you, and that's a lot of work, right? But if you do worse than good enough, people get mad at you. So if you aim for just good enough, right? Aim for just okay. And That right there is the golden ticket. That right there is the golden ticket, baby. Horrible, horrible way to live life. Well, maybe. I don't know. Served me well so far. Anyways. So, okay, and so we've got that for this manor. That's right, and then we were gonna have this manor, all overrun by a herd of wild horses. That's what we were gonna do for this one. That's gonna be fun. It's gonna be really fun for players to have to deal with like wild, angry horses inside of a building. It'll be great. It'll be great. Put it in. I'm doing well. Thank you for asking. Hopefully you are doing well as well. Glad to see you here. Yeah. So, okay, now thinking about there being horses here, I want to make sure. Okay, there's something that we need to do for this. If we're gonna do this. So we've got some openings, openings in our walls here, but we need to open this up a bit more so that it makes sense for horses to be able to like wander around freely. And I think the fact that we've described this building as like half destroyed will serve us well, but I think I need to actually like commit to that. Let's go ahead and make some changes there. Oh, I'm sorry you're not doing well. Hopefully hanging out here with us for a little bit can turn that around a bit for you here. Okay, so we'll go ahead and delete that door because then we're gonna go to our portal tool. Let's go ahead and get a snap going just because it's easier to, oops. A little bit easier to make sure that we can like open things up here. So if we do that, kind of open stuff there. And then I want to open that once more just to make it a bit more realistic that horses would be around. Let's grab this, like that, so that way we can say that this wall has kind of crumbled a little bit. Our portal tool here. There we go. We can do like that right there. Yeah, that'll work. That works. Actually, we can kind of have that be open there. So there's just kind of like this opening there. I'm sorry you're not feeling well. That's a bummer. That's always just a real bummer to feel yucky. I'm sorry about that. All right, let's see here. Yeah, so if we do, there we go. So that kind of leaves all this stuff open, and that's reasonable enough, I would say. The horses could then like kind of go into the manor through this big wide opening to the outside. Same there. And go in there. That gives them access to this area here. And then what we can do is actually we'll just go ahead and I think this area is going to maybe be a bit more intact. And what we can do, we don't need to have everything wide open. But if we go, I need to come over here to the portal tool. We go ahead and do that, and we can like leave that area closed off and maybe those ones closed off. Not everything needs to be wide open. But if we have all of this stuff wide open over here for our players to kind of navigate through and search through and deal with. But then these areas are blocked off in different ways. Like we do like puzzles with locked doors or traps with trap doors for these two areas. We can like hide our final item right there. So we can just kind of do, yeah, if we do stuff like that, that's great. I think that'll work really well. I think that'll do really well. Oh yeah, that's definitely a bummer. I'm sorry to hear that. That's too bad. That's really too bad. All right, so yeah, I think that'll work. I think that'll work really well because we can have horses that, yeah, wild horses that go up through there, and then like no matter what, that'll kind of force our players to have to navigate through some stuff unless they want to try and bust through a window, which they're always welcome to do. If that's what they want to do, they can do it that way. But I think that it will at least serve well enough for having it believable that at least some horses could access these areas. And I kind of like the idea of having this one be like the boss area, since we're going to do a particularly large like horse king or whatever hanging out in there. I think that'll work. I think that'll work really well. Yeah. And so it's like they don't necessarily have to battle all these horses, but if they just want to walk through the houses, they're going to have to. I think that'll work. I think that'll work really well. At the very least, it's serviceable. It's, as I say, it is good enough. And that is my target at all times. That is at all times my target. If we can achieve good enough, then Excellent. So that'll serve really well. Okay, the one thing that I need to do now though is I just need to specify a couple things. I think what I want to do, let's go ahead and anchor a couple things in here. So first off, I want to take, all right, so we've got our template here, which I know well enough. We don't need to keep the template there for the time. Actually, wait, hold on. One thing I need to do. I do want to keep the room number thing there so we can just copy and paste that. It'll save us some work rather than having to retype it a million times. And copy. Boom, boom, paste. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 rooms. There we go. Room 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then 10. Aren't you guys glad I narrated that? Who else would be able to count to 10 without me? It's just, I don't know. Sometimes it's just weird to me, the nature. Like once you get into narration mode, some of the things that you just sort of like habitually narrate, like counting to 10. Weird. I don't know. I don't know why that tickled me just now. Maybe it's because my brain's turning to mush. I've been going for a little while. My brain's just a pile of goo. Just a pile of goo. You know. What can you do? It's a pile of goo. Okay, wow, I'm really getting loopy now. Making bad rhymes and puns and everything. Ooh. Ooh. Oh boy. Okay, so I want to do room 2 to be the boss battle. So I'm gonna go ahead and anchor that one in here. Boss battle. We're gonna do that because like King Horse is gonna be there. And I don't know. I guess so like I feel like the obvious, because we've got like a kitchen here, and these areas were going to be like music and study areas. We've got like the ballroom, the guest hosting area, right? That's like the ballroom where people hang out and all that kind of stuff. So like we got that area there. This is just the grand entrance, right? And then up here were like rooms. So I think we've got two options about, so the players are coming here. They're coming to this manor because they need to find this destroyed manor. They need to find just like a gem worth a certain amount of money. It's not necessarily that it has to be worth that kind of money. That's just how you differentiate a particularly big and wealthy gem. I always kind of imagine that's like meant to be as like an offering when doing spells and everything, but that's what they need to get for their wizard friend who's going to make a teleportation circle. They need to get a really, really expensive gem. I think we got two options. We can either hide it in one of these rooms, right? Like it was someone's personal possession. Like maybe there's like a piece of jewelry that has a particularly fine gem encrusted in it, like a locket or something, you know, or just like a pendant or a bracelet or something. We could do that. Or the other option is we can just like downright put it in the study area over here, like as though they've got a couple gems on display. And maybe there's a couple of them that are worth that much, and players can decide if they want to take one or they can take many of them. Right, so we can do it that way. And that and so if we put it up in here, that'll kind of force players to have to deal with a few different combat type things, right? They'll have to battle some of these angry horses that are not going to be big fans of them being in their territory. Or if we put it here, they might be able to get away with doing fewer battles, right? By just kind of sneaking their way around, not having to go to these areas, which are the more wide open areas that'll have the horses. But then they'll have to deal with if we put like a trap or a puzzle or something. Like we could put a puzzle. If we make this room a puzzle room and have it so that it's locked up in a case that they kind of have to solve some sort of puzzle to get into, I think that would work really well. That would make a lot of sense. It would at least be serviceable for what we're looking for. I guess I'm kind of leaning towards that. And then just up here is just like general personalized wealth, like just like regular gems and stuff that if players have found the big gem that they want to go to and they still just want to find some personal wealth around here, they can feel free to do it. Or alternatively, it can be a place where it's like they start to look there and you can almost put some red herrings, like put some nice gems there and then make it so that they have to do like get a certain amount of get like a nature check or something to see if the gem is actually one that would be you know, or an Arcana check to see if that gem would be big enough, you know, or serviceable for what they're trying to, you know, achieve here, which is to create a teleportation circle. You know, and so we could put some not the correct gems, you know, up in here. Up in here, up in here. Sorry. My brain's loopy. Put that right there so then they can search and find those things. And then maybe they ask themselves like, oh, you know, we got, you know, is this going to do what we need it to do? Is this going to meet our needs or not? And then they can decide if they want to keep searching to see if they can find anything better. And then they find it. Or maybe they get those and they go back and it's like, no, these won't do. These aren't big enough. I need something bigger. Go back, look again. And then that could be a fun one. And then, like, that could even be kind of fun because then players, like, if they decide to take the route, like, if they just don't even think about going back and searching the rest of the house of the rich people, man, and they'd be like, well, maybe somewhere else. And then you just kind of just, like, hotwire, you know, just kind of throw an audible if they go back to the marketplace and maybe there's, like, a gem in that jewelry store that if they look a bit more closely, they can find something like that or something like that. I don't know. There's ways to do that. You can kind of handle things that way. So yeah, I think that's how I want to do it. I think I want to put the thing that they're looking for in room 6. And we'll hide that behind like I think we'll do a puzzle. No, we're going to do a trap. We're going to do a trap. Yeah, we're going to put a trap in there so that way they can that way it's like because the family would have put up protections for their gems and stuff, right? Yeah, see? That's how we're going to do it. And that's what we're going to do. We're going to put a trap in there. We're going to do room 6, we're going to put a trap. A trap. What do you got for me? Aw, Block Fuzz, that's very friendly. Thank you. I appreciate I wasn't fishing for that, but thank you. That means a lot. That's always nice to hear. It's always nice to hear, and you're a cool person. Cool person for lifting your crew up. I appreciate you. Yeah, okay, what was that word? Trap. Yeah. We're gonna put a trap there. And we're gonna put the reward, we're gonna put the big old gem is gonna be the reward there. We're gonna do that. Yeah, that's perfect. Thank you. I try. I don't know, it's like it kind of comes naturally because I've lived alone for a long time in my life. So it's like if I don't talk to myself and keep the conversation going, things get silent and lonely around here. So it's really just an effect of the fact that I've lived a very Bruce Wayne living alone life. And instead of spicing things up by going out and fighting crime, I talk to myself. So, you know, which of us is the real superhero? You know, I'm not going to be the one who calls myself a superhero, but I'm just saying, you know, maybe you ought to decide for yourself which of us is really, you know, more of a champion of the people. Oh, God. All right. Yeah, so. Okay, so we got rooms 2 and 6 are predetermined. We got those figured out. And I think the rest of these can really just kind of be whatever. Yeah, if we're going to put a trap there. Because really, yeah, the rest of them. I guess the only other thing is room 1 can't be a battle. I actually kind of want room 1 to be the safe room. Because it's going to be a kitchen. So maybe they go in there and they can, like, find some cooking supplies and, like, lock up the area. Keep themselves safe and, like, cook a meal for themselves if they want to. I don't know. Room 1. We're going to have this one be the safe room. I'm still you know what? I will take that. I will take that. If I can be a superhero to anyone, any given day, then there we go. Oh, better looking than Bruce Wayne. I think, okay, so first off, thank you for the compliment. I will accept the compliment. That said, I think it depends which Bruce Wayne we're talking about, right? Because if we're talking Christian Bale, Bruce Wayne, then okay, yeah, I can compete with that. If we're talking Adam West, then slow your roll there, champion. Like, I like to think that I'm, generally speaking, not too painful on the eyes, but, you know, there's a little bit of realistic expectations to have, right? And I'm not going to sit here trying to compete with Adam West. That's not my bag. What the hell was I going to do in room 1? Oh yeah, this is going to be the safe room. Give me the safe room. I can't focus. I can't focus, but it's great. It's great. I love it. At the level, okay. We'll call it a tie. We'll call it a tie and say that which of us edges it out is really just going to be, it's really going to be up to the eye of the beholder. And I also regret talking about Adam West and myself in the context of using the phrase "edge one out." My apologies. I won't say that again. Good God. Holy crap. All right. This just took a weird turn. I think that's great. I think that's great. And we can just let everything else be random. So let's go ahead and randomly distribute the rest of our stuff. Let's get the rest of our stuff going. So we're gonna now. I wasn't expecting to get here today. I didn't think we'd make as much progress as we did. We need the dice. We need to pull out the dice bag with the fun. It's not actually very D&D, but it's my favorite dice tray. I don't know if I've showed off my dice tray. Look at that. It's all like ooh, Biohazard. Super fun. Super fun. I love this thing. I love this Biohazard thing. And then we'll just randomly pick out a set of dice. God, work smirk. Who gives a rip? No, I know exactly who gives a rip. It's your bill collectors that give a rip, right? Mine too. Mine too, which is why sometimes I have to cancel streams on a whim. Not on a whim. That's kind of the wrong phrasing. It's not up to me. It's not my whim. Just like on short notice. I get that. I get that. All right, let's see it. Let's see what dice. We're going to randomly choose and see which dice wants it the most. What set of dice wants it the most? We're stirring them up. Stirring up. I ain't looking. We're going to grab this one. Ah, it's my green. Hold on, I got to hide my face so it'll focus on the dice. There it is. Oh, no face. There we go. Yeah. Okay, no, focus on the dice. Come on, camera. Oh, this way. Come on, camera. You can do it. You've done it before. Stop focusing on me. Don't focus on me. Focus on the dice. There it is. Oh, it's beautiful. Beautiful. They're green metal dice with like the dark gray surroundings. Those are the ones we're going to go for. So we need our D10, D8, D6, and D4 of that dice. That's the dice that wanted it today. So it's the dice that gets it today. That's how Grandma died. All right, I'm sorry. I'm getting a little carried away with these crappy jokes. Well, stupid. Where's the D4? Come here, you. All right, there we go. All right. I love these dice. These are the dice. Okay, so there's a story behind these dice. So one of my groups, I had a group that I played with for a couple of years. It was a D&D group, and they were my friends back when I was still in the veterinary field. Actually, when I was in veterinary school, they were my friends that actually liked gaming among my veterinary school class. And so there was a group of us. It was them and my sister. My sister tagged along too. She wasn't in vet, but she's cool, so she got to hang along and play with the cool kids. So we had this group that went for well over a year, and we would just like once a week we all got together and we forgot about the stresses of school, and for my sister was the stresses of parenthood, and we played D&D. And so at the end of it, I got all of my players a set of dice in the same style as these ones, only the colors were in some way, shape, or form representative of their character. So the one guy that was a fire mage, I got the red ones with the gold trim. For the guy that was an Aasimar, I got him the white ones with gold trim. For the guy that was a Kenku rogue, I got him the black ones with the dark gray trim, right? So it's like I got all of them, something that fit their character. And it was super cool. And they all loved them. And I knew I would feel left out. So I just got myself my favorite color, which is green. So I got myself the green metal dice. And so those ones have a certain sentimental value too. Because that was my first like really long-term group that I DM'd for. Because I had DM'd for people, but it was always kind of more of a like, oh, they just kind of want to give it a shot. We'll do like a one shot, or it's like, oh yeah, we got together and we kind of did a small story arc, but people kind of got bored of it. That was like the first group that I DM'd for a long time. Those D&D friends. So that's the story of those dice. That's why I love those dice. I mean, I love all of my dice. It's just like, that's the reason why I love those ones. So, okay, let's go ahead and use these lovely dice and figure out what goes in which room. So we've already kind of figured out a couple of rooms here. We wanted to do, so we got room 2 has our boss battle in it. We can mark off our boss battle. I'm just using my, if anyone's wondering what the heck I'm looking at, I've got my little cheat sheet. So that way I can keep track of what's been distributed in a given room. I take the time. So like I've written everything up and you can see I made this grid and I X it off. I take the time to just take a ruler and make it look really nice. And the reason I do that is because I'm a crazy person. I'm a crazy person and I love when things look ridiculously organized, even if there's really not a need for me to do it like that. That's what I do. Okay, so we got that. We got our safe room. And people are going to start realizing just how insane I am. It's because I keep telling them. It's like, it's not how you fly under the radar, you idiot. You keep it a secret, your insanity. Now I'm talking to myself, and I'm drawing attention to myself. Yeah, it's... Doing in-person D&D is such a fun thing. Like, the group that I'm with right now, we primarily play online, because that's the easiest way for everyone to do it. Yeah, we every once in a while we try to like once every other month or once every month if we're really lucky get in person, and we'll do like a one shot of something different. So that way we can all play in person, do the whole potluck thing, have a great time together, but then we can have our main campaign be online that we play every week. And it's been a good balance. Right? Seriously, everyone's all like, oh, you're not that crazy. I'm like, you say that because you only interact with the filtered version of myself that I present to people. there's yeah. All right. That's it. I'm gonna mark off one of the lore things for the reward for where the big old gem is. It's kind of lore, right? It's kind of lore. Yeah, no one ever believes me when I tell them how much of a psychopath I am. It's not psycho. I'm not a psychopath. I'm not a psychopath. I'm not destructive in my insanity. I'm just weird, is all it is. I should be at least nice enough to myself to not insinuate that I'm damaging. But yeah, this I'm not even, you know, I'm not even halfway to my. This isn't even my final form. That's how the quote goes. Not even my final form of crazy. All right, room 1. What kind of reward is going to be in this place? That one's going to have some lore in it. All right, I don't know what lore it's going to have, but we're going to figure it out. Safe room with some lore. Bada bing, bada boom. Okay, the room to the boss battle. All right, D10, we're already done with you. I'm sorry, because we already pre-organized stuff out. But you served your purpose. You did exactly what I needed you to do, and I appreciate you, D10. All right, D8. We're going on a date. This is the D8. The date. I don't know. 1, 2, 3. That one is going to have... that's going to be the empty room. That'll really piss off our players. A boss battle, they're not even going to get a reward for it right away. I mean, if they're particularly enterprising and they want to go ahead and, you know, harvest things from the horse, that's fine. And honestly, my players that I play with every week, they'll do it. They'll do it many times. They're crazy. I love them to bits. They're a little scary sometimes. Room 3. This one's going to have our puzzle in it. Gonna be our puzzle room. I kind of like the idea of there just being a puzzle. Like, it's just a room that's got a puzzle. It doesn't actually have anything to do with the game. And I'll just, like, bring one of them, like, you know, 10-piece Disney princess puzzles. And I'll be like, you find this puzzle. Solve it. And then they solve it. I'll be like, great, you did it. On the other side of the room, there's someone's money purse. The puzzle was not functional. It was just there. Alright, the reward in this room. Do you guys like how I crack myself up? Like, actually make myself laugh? No narcissism involved at all. We got some money. Alright, we're gonna put money in that room. Yeah, there we go. See, perfect. That's the puzzle. Even the dice agree with me. We'll just put a Disney princess puzzle in there. And then they'll be all like, great, what do we get from it? I'm like, nothing. The satisfaction of solving a puzzle that a 2-year-old could do. Now, if you look on the dresser, there's a coin purse. Enjoy your 12 gold, you idiots. So combative. Okay, the danger in this room is going to be a medium battle. Oop. Medium battle. Oops, no. Oh dear. Need to make that one. There we go. This is narcissism. I'm rampant with it. Yeah, I'm not a narcissist, okay? I'm an exceptional narcissist. Get it right. Oh, golly. Okay, we need to find the reward for that room. That reward is going to be some more lore. More lore. More lore. Let's see here. That's me every time I'm sitting here, and it's my sense of humor that I explain jokes that I've just said. Because it's funnier when you explain it. Everyone knows. Easy battle. Everyone's gonna have an easy battle in it. Easy battle. Ba-ba-ba. Yeah, exactly. I'm not a narcissist, I'm just right. Okay? And if you don't like it, then you're wrong. Alright, and this one's gonna have... Oh, this one's gonna have the enchantment, like the rune in it. I'm gonna put rune. I've kind of switched from calling them enchantments to just calling them runes. Since enchantment is a school of magic, it's kind of difficult to work with. There we go. Yeah, and we're done with D6. Thank you, D6. You've served your purpose for today. We'll return. Like, not forever. I'm not getting rid of you forever, D6. I'm done with you for now. Playing a joke that didn't land. It makes it way funny. Yeah, agreed. That makes me think of the line in Community. I forget exactly how the setup is, but Pierce goes, oh yeah, it's kind of like this thing. And then one of the characters is like, no, I don't think it is. And he's like, and then Pierce comes back with, no, it is. It's exactly like this. You see, and he starts to explain it, and then the guy interjects. Then Jeff interjects. It's like, I feel like if you have to explain it, it's not just like that. It's like solid quality humor. That show is excellent. Anyone who's not watched Community needs to watch it because it's hilarious, and I will not entertain anyone trying to explain to me that it isn't funny, because it's probably my favorite show. I love Community. Okay. All right. And then this one, the reward is going to be more money. So it always makes my players happy. It's always funny to me how happy it makes my players when I give them money, considering how little time they spend shopping and spending the money. Because I also give them all kinds of stuff for them to just like make and craft and use the things that they find, because that's just like they get really excited about that kind of stuff, and it's more fun when they can like use items to craft and customize their own stuff rather than just go shopping. But even so, even though they've never really been on a shopping spree, they love finding big bags of cash. And I'm like, I mean, whatever floats your boat. Like, if that's what you're into, I'll go ahead and throw meaningless gold at you. Could be the richest motherfuckers around. I don't care. All right, this one is going to have a medium battle in it. Medium battle. Oh, and then the reward. Anyone else have trouble picking up a D4? For the life of me, my big fat fingers can't handle a D4. It's like I grab it and it like they always just like squeeze out of my fingertips, right? Because it's the triangle, it's the point. You can't do it, and you can't like get underneath it very easily. They're hard to pick up. I don't know. Maybe I just have problems. I mean, I know I've got problems, but maybe they're just related to that. All right, this room's gonna have some lore in it. Okay, now, come on, come here. There we go. See, I got it. All right, this one's gonna have an easy battle in it. Easy battle. The reward is going to be. Oh, it doesn't matter because the ones that we haven't had yet are potions, both of them. So this one's gonna have some potions in it. Potion seller, I need your strongest potions. Can't handle my strongest potions. All right, and then this one's gonna have hard battle McCormick. Hard battle McCormick. And then that one's gonna have potion. There we go. And now, because everything needs to be uniform, even though there's not really a reason to cross them off because they were the last ones, I'm still crossing off the last boxes. So that now, it's there. See, look, it's all nice and pretty and even. And it's like fun because we'll go across and eventually all of the squares will be blocked out, will be X'd out, see, because I do the X's, and then I can do it again because we'll color them in. And if I really wanted to use this a lot of times, we can just like color in the left triangles, right? Because the X's make triangles. So it's like only the leftmost triangles and then the top triangle for each X. And we can go through and I can use the same sheet of paper so many times. See, it's not wasteful, even though I'm using paper and ink. Can't handle my strongest potions. Well, potion seller, you've had your say. Now I shall have mine. You are a scoundrel. You are a scoundrel. That's such a classic video. How do I tie things? When thing is too long. Wait, how do I tie things? Shoelaces are hard. I still buy Velcro when I get the... It's not true. They don't make Velcro adult shoes unless you're willing to go into the senior section. In-depth. Hey, you know, pen and paper, tried and true. Tried and true. Never goes out of style. Alright, we'll put the dice away. All done dice. For now. Time will come again. What time is it? Okay, we got a little time. We got a little time. We can do a little bit of stuff. Go ahead and do some stuff. Well, not a whole lot of time. Because I gotta go and do some kickboxing. Like, I can't do contact. My brain's still a little mushy from that concussion and all that. But as long as I'm not doing contact and just like working on like doing the bag or pad work or something like that and going easy, I get back to it. And that's good because it means I'm not going stir crazy, and it also means I get to coach again, which is what I love doing. Kick that box. There's your mom joke in there, but I'm not gonna go for it. I feel like that one's just a little too graphic for my taste. Oh golly. My brain is just, it's done. It's checking out. It's not doing anything. Not doing anything functional or wholesome anymore. We're at that stage of the day. Let's make a kitchen. This is room 1. It's a safe room. It's gonna be a kitchen. I'm gonna put some lore in there too. What kind of lore is there for a kitchen? What did I put myself into? My brain. I had a bad sense of humor long before I got punched in the temple. Okay, like that was already there. It was already there. If anything, it's toned me down. Oh my goodness. Okay. So safe room. Gosh. Okay. So like, I work so hard to like try and give these like nice narrative descriptions. Like I always say, so that way it's like when I'm DMing, if I'm like in a state of like, if it's late at night and I'm in a state of like, we've been going for 4 hours, so I can't think of things, you know, I try to give myself something narrative so that way I can like read it, and just like, as long as I'm just reading it and read it in like a nice narrative voice, right? It's like, it still paints a picture. I kind of just want for this one, it's a kitchen. And then just leave it like that. Just because I feel like there's some solid comedy there. Like if I've spent an entire campaign being descriptive and detailed about the things I present to my players, and then just one day out of the blue, they're like, okay, you walk into this room, and I do the thing that I always do, especially with the online tool, where it's like I press pause. So like they walk in there, they open the door, and then as soon as they open the door, I press pause. And they're all like, what happened? What did we see? Right? Like that's what they do every time. And then I'm just like, okay. You open the door. It's a kitchen. Unpause. What do you do? Just leave it like that. I kind of want to do it. It's a safe room. It's a kitchen. There's nothing else to it. I feel like the lore of this one. So hold on. I actually made some notes. This was one of the more forethoughtful things I've done. I made a bunch of notes on kind of how I wanted to like structure this, like in terms of the lore and everything. So we have like, who's about the city before the unhinging. We've kind of got a few of those taken care of with the shop. Yeah, the shop that Sis and his family kind of ran. Information about the academy, news articles. Yeah, okay. Well, the city after the unhinging. News articles about horrible things happening. All the different examples of places in town that were destroyed. Yeah, various marks of various monsters that have been in and out of the city. We kind of started doing some of that stuff. Remnants of spells and defenses that have been activated. Unactivated or still alive defenses around town. It's kind of what a lot of the traps and stuff are. About Sis while still sane. That's kind of, all of this stuff is stuff that will kind of more so happen between sessions in town. So I kind of actually, now that I'm thinking about it, so we got like the kitchen here, which is kind of, you know, going to be like, we're talking about really rich assholes here, right? So there's going to be a bunch of servants that were here. I kind of want there to be maybe some evidence of like the servants sort of being in a state of panic about everything that's happening, right? And like, yeah, I don't know. I kind of want to do that. Maybe there's like a news article. Let's do that one. Let's have our players have to search a little bit for it. DC, let's make it a DC 12 to find. Find the news article lying on the floor. Um, so, okay. As you look around, there is nothing to find of, well, let's hear it. There's not much worth noticing in this kitchen. Not much. There's not much worth noticing. Not much worth noticing in this kitchen. Any food has long since been destroyed by time or scavenged by rats. Scavenged. Like avenged, but scavenged. I've been scavenged. Rats ate my toes after I died. I've been scavenged. Scavenged by rats. However, you do notice what appears to be a very old news article on the floor. It seems to paint a picture of what the city was going through in the early days of the unhinging. Oh, you know what? Hold on a second. Let me see something. We worked on this. Did I put it in history? No, it wasn't there. Where did we put this? Was it in the atlas? We worked on maybe it was where is he? I swear we worked on a timeline. There was a timeline. Where did I put that? Was it in history? Yeah, that's the Hall of Wisdom. That's a different thing. What did I do with that? Oh, man. Maybe I did get hit in the head harder than I thought. Oh, no. We did do it here. We did it in here. Where's the... Nadala. This is the one. Yeah, the timeline here. We can put, like, little clues about some of the stuff, right? First event of the magically altered creature entering the city occurs. This helps eliminate the threat. Suspends time investigating. Destroyed many people are killed. Yeah, there we go. So we'll talk about the early days of here. That's what we got. That's what we got in the news article. There it is. See, I knew it. I knew I did something like that. My head might have gotten jumbled, but things didn't get knocked out. They're just in different places. I got to search for them a little bit longer. All right. Going through in the early days of the unhinging. It describes two particular events. Oh, no problem. As I said, I talk to myself all the time. All of this rambling is really for my own benefit. It's just an added bonus that it entertains you guys. I don't care about you. I'm just doing this for my own sanity. That's not true. I care about you guys. Y'all and your presence means a lot to me. It describes two particular events in which large, undefined creatures destroyed different districts of the city. The newspaper seems to think these are freak accidents unlikely to continue. But your knowledge of the unhinging and the fact that the city was eventually abandoned tell you that this article was mistaken. Bum, bum, bum. There we go. So there's a good little bit of lore. I really like that, actually. It's a kitchen. Nothing else. No other descriptions needed. Nothing else necessary. That describes it. It's a kitchen. It's a kitchen, and that's all you need. All you need to know. I need to know to continue through this area. Right. Okay, and then the boss battle. Let's just go ahead and just get a couple more bullets filled out here. I've actually been finding that doing that rather than stopping, like writing a room, stopping, going and decorating, then coming back. I find it's easier to kind of get momentum going if I just keep doing the same thing. So we're just going to keep writing. We're going to finish out the time just filling out some rooms. I think that'll be easiest. So underline boss battle. And that's going to be worth in this floor. What is that worth? 125 or no, 1,250. 1,250. And then the boss, big ol' wild horse. Gosh, there's a lot of big olds happening here. We got the big old gem guarded by the big old wild horse in a big old mansion that's part of a big old town, part of a big old world. A hole in the bottom of the sea. Is a big old gem guarded by a big old horse. Wire that song. Okay, so 700. If we have like the big old horse as our boss, we want to get up to, but we can do 1,300. We can do 700. And we can do 2, and we can do 6, or no, 3 of the Sangzors to make 600 plus 700. That'll be 1,300. That's what we'll do. That's what we'll do. We'll make it 1,300 expo points. 1,500 XP. And then we'll just put our little blips there. So 1 of the one guy, and then it'll be 3 of those other guys. So the one guy, it'll be 1 Lucrata. Copy that. Put that right there. Skin does a big old horse. And then 3 guys here. And then boom, there we go. Perfect. Okay, so how do I want to describe this area? We can say something along the lines of once this was a large and beautiful ballroom. Though you certainly don't live such lives as adventurers yourselves, you can still clearly imagine that this room represents the pinnacle of the lifestyles of the rich and the famous. The lifestyles of the rich and the famous. I'm absolutely doing that little lyric drop in there. The famous. Lavish parties. Lavish parties for beautiful people having tremendous fun, dancing, singing, and sharing stories of money together. I'm really sarcastic right now. I'm gonna read this and be like, wow, I was being a real butthead when I was writing this one. Sharing stores of money actually kind of works too, but stories of money together. Today, though, there is nothing but memories of such times to accompany the small group of large wild horses. There's wild horses that here, rather annoyed at you encroaching upon their territory. Territory. There we go. Boom. Perfect. I love it. And it's empty, so I'm not even gonna add any other descriptions. So it's just an empty thing. If they want to try and get some goodies from the horses, they can go right ahead and do that. That's their prerogative. If players want to do that, but that's good. I guess I'll just do, just for the sake of posterity, empty, boom, and then we'll just write exactly what I just said. Nothing of value unless players want to harvest the horses for pelts or meat. If they want to do that, they can do that. That's their prerogative. There we go. Now it fits the formula. Everything is organized as I need it to be, and it's great. It's great. Great. And now I'm looking at the time, and I think that's about a good time for me to call it a session today. Because as I mentioned, I got to get back to training, man. I took a week off last week. I am not joking. I put on 12 pounds in 1 week. Once I was done weight cutting and was able to eat whatever I wanted and was like taking a week off to just let my head heal, I put on 12 pounds in 1 week. It feels great. I want to slim back down a little bit. Like that's a little bit of whiplash there. We're going to bring it back down and level it out so that in all I've gained maybe 5 pounds. But point is, I put some weight on, so it's time for me to get active again. It's time for me to start moving around again. Because clearly my eating habits are not sustainable if I'm not active. So let me bring us over to just chatting here, and I'll do my sign off. Thank you so much to everyone who joined me. I had a great time. I really like this, just doing one thing for like 4 hours during my sessions. Like, I feel like I'm getting much better momentum, and we're making much more progress. Like, we're making more progress in one session than I was like in an entire week when it comes to writing things. So this is working for me. I like it. Hopefully y'all agree. If not, I mean, you say something, I'll take it under advisement, but also it's my stream. I do what I want. I don't know. Sorry, that was a little confrontational. I apologize. Point is, I had a good time today. I hope y'all had a good time today. Yeah, if you wanna stay connected, I've got my Discord server as always. You can get yourself connected up with that. For announcements, just chatting about D&D and all that kind of stuff. It's there as an option if that floats your boat. If you're just looking for a way to get announcements without being inundated with all my other random stuff that I do on Discord, I got my Twitter, Enviro Streams. I put announcements about when I'm going live and stuff there, so you can follow me there. I also sometimes just share random thoughts in my brain, so you can't get away from my random ramblings. Haha. Also have an Instagram, EnviroBoy Streams. I'm going to try and, like, moving forward, be a bit more involved in, like, getting videos of me rock climbing and kickboxing and stuff like that, and just sharing little clips about that stuff that goes on, as well as the other fun things that I'm going to be doing. Like, I've got a lot of fun stuff coming up just in my life in general this summer. It's going to be a good summer, and I'm going to be up to fun adventures, and I want to share those. So if you're interested in those adventures, for example, this coming weekend, I got a buddy of mine. He's doing amateur wrestling, as in like WWF style wrestling. He's got an amateur wrestling show that he's going to be in this weekend. I'm going to do my very best to get some sweet video clips of my buddy Danton Leon, as his stage name is. I'm going to do my best to try and get some of that. So if you want to see that kind of stuff, that's the type of stuff I'm going to be getting up to on my Instagram, EnviroBoy Streams. So follow me there. And then, of course, there's always my YouTube channel. If you want to see, if you can't wait until the next stream, you want to see some other stuff that I've written, you want to see other games that I played and all that kind of stuff, I do my best to put all my VODs up on my YouTube channel, so you can check those out at your convenience. Those are there for everyone. I encourage you to check it out. Yeah, and that's what I got. Today's Thursday, which means I should be, as of right now, I will be streaming tomorrow. Tomorrow is, since today was all writing, tomorrow's going to be all gaming. And we're going to continue our run through of all of the Halo campaigns. We are on Halo 3 ODST, and that's been a fun trip down memory lane. Halo 3 ODST, and then after that, we'll probably dive into Reach if we finish that one tomorrow. Those are like the final chapters in like high school gaming for me. So it's a wonderful trip down nostalgia memory lane. Check it out if you want to see me just spazzing out about the stuff that I used to love as a kid. Yeah. That's going to be there. So that's what's going on tomorrow. And then next week, we should be still doing our normal schedule. Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Fridays. 11:30 a.m. is when we start, and we usually go until sometime around 3:30 p.m. That's Eastern time zone. You got to do the math on your own time zone. I don't care about you enough to do it for you right now. That's a lot of time zones for me to have to cover. So just figure it out. But that's when I go live, pretty much most every day. Most every Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. And then also just kind of keep your eyes peeled, because I've been starting to do some evening streams when I've got time, and I've been having fun with those, doing like Elden Ring in the evenings. So, if you want to just see me when I'm a bit more tired, a bit more loopy, playing games and sucking at them, that's a good time to check it out too. So all of those things are available. I encourage you, if you are interested in the stuff I get up to, check those out. And that's what I got. That's all I got. I appreciate all of y'all so much. Had plenty of cool people stopping by with cool conversations today. I love it. I love streaming. I love doing this for you guys. I have so much fun with it. Y'all make it worth it. And I'm super stoked to see you again tomorrow. So, yeah, take care of yourselves. And that's it. I'll catch you cats on the flip side.